Hold up. Pickable, I see you. Pickable, I see you.
Good morning. Here at the Gare Maritime in Brussels, or out there following us online, a very warm welcome to all of you. This is Friday, day 2 of the new European Bauhaus Festival, and a packed day it promises to be. A day packed with discussions, with discoveries, and with ideas. Here at the Gare Maritime in Brussels, a number of panel discussions will be held, focusing on the hardware and software of cities and societies, wondering what works and what doesn't to keep them sustainable, wherein lie new opportunities and approaches. Is it with brain power or new technology that change will be forged, and how do both come to fruition? But you will also be given the opportunity to take a trip to Lagos, Nigeria, in the most imaginative and sensuous way. A trip of 2,200 kilometers in a finger snip. I can recommend that you take part in that. From 4 o'clock onwards, you're also very welcome to join us on the Mont des Arts, the Kunstberg, in the heart of Brussels, to experience all that is soul food and joyous, artistically speaking, musically speaking, and workshop-wise. There you will also be taken on a tour of Brussels in a very unexpected and imaginative way. On the Mont des Arts, we will also be having panel discussions, and one of the topics there is the cost and potential of the fashion and design industry in terms of sustainability and creativity. Also recommended, highly recommended. So welcome later today at the Mont des Arts, the Kunstberg. But for now, let's kick off this second day here at Gare Maritime, talking about cities. Considering the fact that cities, or more generally speaking, urban areas, produce at least 40% of man-made greenhouse gas emissions and consume enormous amounts of energy, one might say cities are the problem. But what if they're not? What if cities can be turned into solutions? What if they could be transformed into carbon sinks, for example, or be a source of energy rather than a black hole of energy, if I may say so? Is it conceivable that human activity can be realigned with natural systems so that they are no longer in conflict, but can work together in harmony? Those are some of the questions that the next panel will address. And I now gladly pass on the baton to the moderator of the panel, Ola Murphy. She's assistant professor at the School of Architecture, Planning and Environmental Policy at the University College of Dublin in Ireland. Enjoy.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this first session on day 2 of the new European Bauhaus Festival. I'm delighted to be moderating this session, moving towards regenerative design in the built environment. The built environment accounts for at least 40% of anthropogenic greenhouse emissions. So how can we transform the built environment from one based on extraction of limited resources to one that is regenerative? What needs to happen to enable and drive this change? So we're going to be teasing out some of these questions during the session today with our 5 panelists. The session is in 2 parts, and we'd also like to hear from you, our audience. And we're going to have 2 opportunities for you to be included in the conversation with questions and comments from you. So you can ask questions for our panelists using a Slido link here, and we invite you to comment firstly in this first session on the following question. What does successful regenerative design in the built environment look and feel like to you? So after our first round of questions, we're going to be coming to some of those comments and your thoughts on those questions. If as well you have questions for our panelists, please feel free to ask them. And then we're going to have a second round of questions in the second part. So I'm now going to introduce our 5 speakers. We have 3 here with us today and 2 joining remotely. Firstly, Jeffrey Erbele. Jeffrey is a British-born architect and co-founder of the architectural company Entropic and the architectural fabrication company Nest. Since 2013, he's worked in Copenhagen, Barcelona and the UK on a range of projects at the urban, building and landscape scale. His approach towards architecture has largely been influenced by the fields of urbanism and robotic fabrication in his education in both the UK and the Netherlands, with a prerogative to solving contemporary issues ranging from environmentalism and urban quality to architectural innovation. Jeffrey's focus is on the opportunities unlocked through technology and innovation. He believes that our lived experiences derive largely from our environment, both in how we operate as individuals, but also in what gives our lives value. So within this concept, the role of architects, he says, is to reimagine the world in its closest approximation to our social values, our individual desires, and our relationship with the natural world. This requires a constant re-evaluation of the presuppositions our world is built on and benchmarking against emergent challenges our world faces. Our second panellist, Martti Köttönen, is Senior Advisor at the Finnish Ministry of the Environment and a Professor of Resource-Efficient Construction at Aalto University. He develops national policies for low-carbon construction and the circular economy, as well as coordinating related actions between Nordic countries. As a professor, Martti teaches sustainable architecture at Aalto University's Department of Architecture. And in 2021, he initiated the Nordic co-design programme of the new European Bauhaus. In addition, he practices experimental architecture as a hobby and has won awards in both building design and city planning. Martin Rauch is joining us remotely today from Austria. Martin is the founder and managing director of Lehm ton Erde in Schlins in Austria, and is internationally renowned as a pioneer and expert in rammed earth construction. Over the course of more than 35 years of working with earth, Martin and his company have realised more than 100 projects of all sizes around the world, published 3 books and led the industry in rammed earth innovation. He developed a unique prefabrication process that has not only freed rammed earth from its most fundamental drawback, that is, its labour-intensive production, but has also modernised the material to meet the growing demands of the sustainable building market. With his project Erden Pure Walls, prefabricated, unstabilised rammed earth, Martin won the inaugural NEB Prize for Techniques, Materials and Processes for Construction and Design. These walls contain no cement, making them 100% recyclable. And the process ensures that the water used in production remains free from chemicals and allows the finished product to passively regulate indoor humidity and temperature. The sustainability credentials of these walls go even further, being made almost exclusively of excavated waste materials from other local building projects. Our 4th panellist is Alessio Romaldi. Welcome, Alessio. And he's Secretary General of BIBM, the Federation of the European Precast Concrete Industry and partner of the Concrete Initiative, a project aimed at engaging the full concrete value chain, cement, admixtures, aggregates and concrete manufacturers, with stakeholders on the issue of sustainable construction, and in particular the barriers and solutions to harness its multiple benefits. For many years, Alessio Romaldi has been involved in shaping the framework for achieving sustainable construction in Europe, both at the policy and standardisation level. Alessio defines his daily job as the interpreter between 2 groups of people speaking a different language, policymakers on the one side and the industry on the other. And he works to bridge the gap between long-term vision policies and the short-term reality of the market to achieve shared goals, convinced that only a convergence of these 2 aspects can really bring the results that society is aiming for. This is particularly true when we speak about society, economy and environment in this complex ecosystem that is construction. That's why the Concrete Initiative became a partner of the new European Bauhaus to engage in a dialogue with architects, construction companies, real estate developers and the whole of society in order to achieve our common goals, a beautiful and sustainable built environment together. And our final panellist today, also joining us remotely, is Kadri Simpson, European Commissioner for Energy since 2019. Kadri Simpson previously held the position of Minister of Economic Affairs and Infrastructure of the Republic of Estonia from 2016 to 2019. From 2007 to 2016, she was a member of the Estonian Parliament, the Riigikogu, I hope I pronounced that correctly, and was re-elected in 2019. She's a member of the Estonian Centre Party, elected as its Secretary-General in 2003 to 2007, and served as its chairperson from 2009 to 2016. Simpson has a degree in the history of history at the University of Tartu and holds a master's degree in political science from the University College London. Welcome, everybody. It's great to have you here and remotely as well today. I'm going to go now to our first kind of round of questions, and beginning maybe, Jeffrey, with you. Regenerative design, it's, I suppose, in the broader context, it's a relatively new concept. Can you explain what's meant by the term regenerative design?
Thank you. So I like to think if sustainable design is the idea of not making our environment worse, regenerative design is about actively making it better. So the fundamental term, I think, with the term sustainability today, is it has now been transformed into a term merely where we reduce our environmental damage, but not cease it altogether. And it's kind of this thing where reducing our speed will still get us to the bad point eventually. And so paradoxically, in some ways, the term sustainability is almost no longer sustainable. And the World Wildlife Organization has estimated we've lost nearly 68% of our wildlife since 1970. That's 68% in 50 years. I think we should all be getting pretty terrified at this point. And so, should we be thinking about sustaining this situation, or should we be thinking about actually fixing it? Should we be thinking about repairing this incredible damage that we've done to our beautiful planet? And so, I often think, if you imagine your favorite place, right, where you grew up as a kid, maybe you were going through the forest, maybe there's a stream where you were as a teenager, and try to picture if somebody was to say to destroy that now, they were to build an office or a shopping mall in this location. You would feel a sense of rage or anger, yet at the same time, we should be having the opposite motivation almost to create that same bit of nature where it has already been destroyed. We often don't have that same motivation as we do the anger when we lose. And I think this is really critical. So we need to stop thinking about limiting our destructive habits and instead start to think about how we can repair our planet. And so I think this is the core philosophy of regenerative design.
Thank you very much. So it's about going beyond the sustainable to something much more ambitious.
Precisely.
Marty, what needs to happen then at all stages of design, construction, reuse, and the circular economy to enable this shift that Jeffrey's talking about from the current model of extraction to one of regeneration?
Well, asking from a policymaker like me, of course, the first self-evident answer would be that we need to have a clear and predictable policy roadmap towards the future, which will then enable an industrial transition so that the industry can know that what's to be expected and then adjust their businesses accordingly. But then I think that's not enough, and this is very self-evident. You hear this at all conferences that you might attend. And therefore I chose this picture of our tiny little blue planet. Maybe you can see it over there on the screen. And I'd like to use this picture as a metaphor, and I think that we should consider that how rare and how unique this tiny little grain of sand where we are dwelling in this vast universe is. And if we think about this planet as our home, and then if you allow me to take a little bit a naive metaphor, that think about fixing your home, renovating your home. So you want to do something nice in your living room. You want to maybe put new wallpapers and put new floor tiles and stuff like this. So how do you do this? You don't just, take off the old stuff and dump that into your bathroom or children's bedroom. No. Maybe you want to see that what's the economic way of reusing some materials within your home. And the same would apply to energy. If you would like to, invite friends over to watch an exciting hockey match, for instance, such as we had in Finland recently. So then you wouldn't maybe switch off heating and electricity from kids' room or from somewhere else in your own home just for your own pleasure of watching a hockey game. Now replace your home with the planet. The planet is our only home for the time being and for the very, very long foreseeable future. So we should be super cautious of how we treat and how we fix our home. And I think this goes deeper than just repeating the often heard phrases that, yeah, we need to have policy roadmaps, we need to have this and that, sort of like fundamental science and applied science. That's all necessary, of course. But then again, it starts from our values, how we look at the world around us. And I think that we should consider this small planet as our shared home. How would you treat your own home? Treat the planet in a similar manner.
I think that's a very nice way to connect the two scales of the individual and then the population of the whole planet. This value, change of value to one of care, I think, which is maybe what you're saying about that perspective of this is the one place that we have to live and we have to look after together and do more than be sustainable. Going specifically then maybe to the materials and construction, I'm going to go to Martin Rauch, joining us from Austria. Martin, can you explain the materials that you work with in your company, Leemton Erde, and how they contribute to a regenerative construction system?
Material, what we are work is excavation material from the building site. I think this is the most important part for future building because we have so much excavation material. It's a million of tons and it is a waste and we don't know what we have to do with this. And this is the most important material for our building. It is only eroded earth. It is the earth from the side. We take it, we mix it with no cement, no chemical, only with the specific of the different earth. And then we are ramming it only physical. And the earth dries, and if it is dry, then it is very strong, and it is it is a very old technique. It is thousands of years old. And during the industrialization for 200 years, we have stopped this building system because we take a lot of energy, coal, oil from the ground. We fire the brick, we make concrete, we make steel. And we are forgot it to develop this, and I think it is necessary that we find a new modern solution to build with this excavated material. The earth is everywhere in the world, and it is very bright. As it is, you can use different earths together. So here we are building earth blocks in an industrial way with a machinery, and it is only built, set up, and it is nothing else as dried earth. And it's for this. It's for the future. It is a very old technique, but in a new way to build. We have to not to change the material. We have to develop the tools to build, to make to build it easier, and that we make a lot of research, that we have that we know to build it, that we get more trust to the earth construction. That is the most important part. The technical issue, it is possible, but we have no trust to the earth construction anymore. But 1/3 of the people are living in earth construction worldwide. And I say it is the most important material, earth construction, for a sustainable way to building all over the world. And it is necessary that we use less concrete, but more earth. Concrete is a very wonderful material, but the problem is that we use it too much. It is too much. So we have to change, and we have really radical to change to find new solution with earth construction.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you for the beautiful illustration of the use of rammed earth. And I think what I take from that is the importance of both innovation in terms of craft and techniques that already exist, but also the sense of the local and what revaluing the materials that are local to us can bring to beauty in construction. So you raised an interesting point about concrete, and which is a great opportunity for me to go to Alessio. Alessio, concrete and steel are two of the materials with the highest embodied carbon. In order to become regenerative, the built environment is going to have to minimize its use of concrete and steel. So how is the concrete industry adapting to the change that needs to happen?
Yeah, thank you, Orla. And well, good morning, everyone. Indeed, cement and concrete are responsible for 8% of the total man-made CO2. I can't say that much about steel, but about concrete, the fact is we use a lot of concrete. And why do we use so much concrete? Well, concrete actually is the second most used material in the world after water, and we use as much concrete as all the other construction materials. And why 60% of the world population live in concrete structure? Well, the answer may depend on who is answering, but if you ask to contractor, it's probably because of the value for money. If you ask to architects, the possibility to shape their ideas in the way that they want, and users for thermal acoustic properties, for the safety, and so on. For me, why it is the concrete so used is because it's locally available at affordable prices, which means that we are not only talking about short transport distances, we are also talking really involvement in the local communities. And at affordable price, what's the point in having a solution if only the richest 1% of the population can use it? So I think these are clearly the point for so much use of concrete. However, this is not an excuse not to work, because we know that there is an issue. We know that there is an issue with CO2, with global warming potential. And that's why we are engaged to solve it. And as you can see in some of the slides, in all the roadmaps of the industry, global level, European level, national, or even local, it's not only one actor who is involved. It's the full value chain, starting from the suppliers, cement, concrete, the designers. Everyone really needs to be involved. And I would say that's the reason why I think that events like the new European Bauhaus have a point, because it's not a problem that one person or one sector can solve. It's a problem that we can all solve together.
I think they're really good points that you've made, and the fact that 60% of us live in buildings that are built of concrete means that just the scale of change we need to make, but also the complexity of the construction ecosystem is something that it's a complex challenge. It's not something that maybe we can change overnight, and yet there is this urgency to transform if we are to guard this planet that is our only home. So I'm going to go to the kind of higher level to Commissioner Simpson, maybe to comment a little bit on policy, because the built environment, as we said, accounts for at least 40% of our greenhouse gas emissions. And those emissions are a combination of the direct use of energies in our buildings, so operational carbon, partly from the production of electricity and the heat that we use, but also embodied carbon in the building materials, so we've heard about with concrete, rammed earth, timber, etc. So how can the European Commission prompt the scale of change to not only decarbonise the construction sector by at least 90% by 2040, which is the goal, but also to transform it to be regenerative? That is, how can we transform it to become net energy positive? Commissioner Simpson, I'll go to you.
Thank you and good morning. And thank you for offering me such a wonderful opportunity to participate in this interesting panel. Because indeed, we do see that there is enormous potential in the building sector, but the European Commission will not achieve the targets that we aim for without strong support of architects and urban planners but of course we need also municipalities and cities and construction companies to be on board. So in this regard, I truly appreciate that we have a chance to discuss these topics at this level. And well, I am commissioner responsible for energy, and I truly believe that all the stakeholders who are planning newly built buildings, they take into account the highest available standards, and not only energy efficiency, but also well, visual aesthetics. But the fact is that most of us, we do live in buildings that were built before energy efficiency standards gained such a prominence like they do have right now. And most of these buildings, they will remain here, and they will be used also in 2040, even after 2050. So I would like to share with you my thoughts on renovation, because renovation can change the consumption of energy and bring us significant savings in very short term. And the carbon footprint could be on average 3 times lower compared to a new build if we are starting to make the existing building stock pragmatically if we start to renovate those. So you know that the Commission proposed renovation wave, and recently also EPBD recast to bring the energy performance of renovated buildings to similar level of the best performing new buildings. And we do see that it brings multiple benefits. First, the building users will be able to compare the energy performance improvements before and after the works. And usually the works cost a fraction of a new build. And third, well, how people in communities have a new opportunity to engage, because we can offer via renovation citizens possibility to produce, but also consume their own energy, and share and trade the benefits, and also store carbon locally. So it makes it more active, and energy transition, of course, lowers also the consumer bills. So I see that there is a huge untapped resource available. And we estimate that 80% of Europe's households could potentially produce renewable energy. And that is also the core of our solar rooftop initiative. But of course, knowledge is power, and it all starts with the proper data and competence centers, such as one-stop shops. The European Commission already supports this with the legislation, and there are various technical assistance facilities under the multi-annual financial framework to support managing know-how. And indeed, coming back to European Solar Rooftops initiative that we proposed last month as part of the Repower EU. So this also proposes that we should bring back solar panel and solar tile production in Europe. So these kind of opportunities and initiatives can evolve our aging structures into Europe that creates us net positive buildings. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Simpson. And I think there's a number of interesting points there which relate to the need for that whole of society approach to this challenge from policy. And it's really great to hear about all of the policy change that's happening at a high level in the European Commission. But that all the way down to the construction ecosystem, and of course to our lives, our everyday lives as people who all live in the built environment. No matter where we are, we share that as common people in the planet. And I think there is an opportunity to see the potential for regenerative design as something that can actually not just be seen as problem solving, but actually as a creative opportunity to make this planet and each of our experiences of living on the planet more beautiful and more fair and more just and more sustainable through the principles of regenerative design, which require this whole of system approach. I'm going to go now to see if we have questions or comments from our audience. We have a few minutes just to hear from you via Slido, and you can see on the screen there are some overall themes coming up, which are in very small text, so I might have to look up behind me. So what in response to the question, what does successful regenerative design in the built environment look and feel like to you? Here are some of the comments. And it's really lovely to see the word beautiful right there in the center as coming up as the most frequent comment. And actually there's a workshop this afternoon which is going to be looking at that idea of beauty as one of the 3 principles of the new European Bauhaus, because I think it's a really interesting question and its meaning is changing as we consider this question of shift to a decarbonised continent and a decarbonised planet. What that means in terms of beauty. And maybe it's the shift from the traditional concept to something more nuanced. Green, environmentally friendly, as you'd maybe expect. Natural, which is also interesting because we haven't really touched on the idea of the connection between nature-based solutions and regenerative design, that it is more than just building. There is the potential to include the more than human approach, to include biodiversity. And I think you touched on that, Matti, in response to the idea about this beautiful planet of ours, which is, of course, not just for us, but is for every other being on the planet as well. And how do we see beyond that traditional human-based perspective? There's some other, hopefully everybody has had a chance to have a look at some of those titles, and I think there's plenty of ideas in there and a lot to do with reusing the existing as well, which Commissioner Simpson touched on in regard to the renovation wave, which I think is really interesting. So demolish less, reuse what we have, and do so more carefully. I'm going to just introduce a question for the second Slido round. And the question for this round is, what needs to happen to enable and support a transformational shift to regenerative design? What needs to happen and at what scale? So I'd invite you maybe to think about that and to add your comments and any questions you have for our panellists onto Slido, and we'll come back to them at the end of the second round of questions. So I'm going to return now to our panellists. Jeffrey, can you explain now, going more into your practice in Tropic, maybe how some of the projects that you've been involved with demonstrate regenerative design principles?
Thank you. I mean, a lot of the focus on buildings today is purely after they've been built, looking at energy efficiency. And what we're really interested in is the embodied energy and how can we sequester carbon. So the project behind me is a startup that we're doing at the moment, which is trying to reinvent what facades can do. And so we're using essentially biological materials, clay, in 3D printed, and finding ways where we can integrate biology. So how can we think about our walls in our cities as being alive? The next project is a kindergarten, where we've actually built entirely out of wood. And so wood can actually store more carbon than the process of actually making it. And so we're trying to show that wood is not a limiting material, but actually can be an incredible design tool for people to use. We're also exploring in this design that there's a playground on top of the building instead of to the side. So we limit the destruction that we're doing to the area adjacent. We're building this watchtower in Poland, and it's entirely out of timber. And it's quite impressive what you can do with timber when you utilize it correctly. So again, this is a structure that will store more carbon than release. And it's almost inspired from a tree as it expands and competes with other trees in its surrounding area. But instead of attracting sun, actually becomes a space for people to enjoy. In Russia, previously to the whole Ukraine conflict, we were also exploring the use of timber construction we were speaking to a lot of the high-level governments about a shift towards timber construction. They have a lot of the world's forests, a majority, and so we were exploring if you could construct all of your future housing buildings out of timber, all of the incredible benefits that we could do to the environment. We're also looking at circular economy where you could actually replace facades on buildings with others. This is a project where it was restoring an industrial harbor, so completely polluted lands, completely destroyed by industry over decades. And instead we imagined we could do essentially floating platforms, and underneath we could use nature-based solutions to limit or actually reduce the pollution in the area and bring back life into the water. So this is transforming industry into park space for the citizens. This is a project that we've recently won in Sweden. It's a bridge that crosses a river, and although it's clad in steel, actively the deck, which is going to be supporting cars and trucks and lorries, is made out of SLT timber. So we are actually using timber as a place where cars can drive over. This is the incredible possibility with timber. It is not a limiting material at all. And actually, for this competition, we used timber and we won the competition with this. So as designers, it's often scary to propose nature-based solutions because maybe you don't have the government supporting. This was a situation where we won because of this solution. And I think that represents the shift towards embodied carbon designs.
So when you, just to touch on that, when you combine embodied carbon and operational energy of a building and the potential for buildings to include renewables, is it possible for the whole of the life of the building actually to contribute back into the grid in terms of energy, but also to have a net regenerative effect?
I think it's important to try and get the net regenerative effect before people even enter the building. So it's right at the start of the construction. And there is so much opportunity with carbon sequestration construction, and it is so underutilized. And all of the policy action is geared towards after the building is constructed, which is a massive, massive loss of opportunity. We shouldn't be building these machines to suck carbon out of the air. We should just be thinking about how we rebuild our cities. There's so much opportunity, and it doesn't make sense to me why it's not actually used today.
Okay, so actually reconsidering buildings as being something that can be, in fact, positive in terms of climate change. Okay, it's a huge shift for us to make, I think, even culturally. And Matti, moving to you then, connecting back to the new European Bauhaus, which is trying to, I suppose, combine all of those scales from policy to people on the ground to industry, with the consideration of the three principles of beauty, sustainability and inclusion. Can you talk about maybe how they relate to regenerative design in the built environment? Are they useful to us to help us reimagine this world and how it has to change?
Well, it's of course very hard to disagree with these three magnificent principles. They are all necessary. I would maybe answer by saying that it's more like how we approach them, and better yet, how we implement them in our daily businesses and lives. So that's what ultimately counts, right? And if we think about the original Bauhaus and how sort of like radical it was in a way that it dared to question things really in a fundamental manner. The big question was that, can we really produce nice furniture in industrial design, in industrial processes? And it was like, no, you can't do that. It's not possible. You mustn't do that. But we have great examples of design gems from that era, and it turned out to be a whole new design style. This picture is actually from one of the demonstrations that the Bauhaus students held over 100 years ago. They demonstrated against the dismissal of the second principle, Meyer, who had very radical social justice agenda and social sustainability agenda, and he was bringing lots of interesting, like research-based items into the curriculum of Bauhaus. Well, if their questions were related to social justice and industrialism in solving some of the problems of people not having enough of like goods, then I think that today we should think that what are the questions that we should dare to ask today that are radical enough. And I think I would say that there are two questions. First of all, the question of biocentrism that you actually touched upon. So I would like to frame it so that what makes us think that we are the species on this planet that has right to take almost everything on the cost of other species and even make the other life forms suffer just because we want to have our third summer cottage or trip here and car here. So I think that we should really question this, that how to be in balance with nature. As Antonio Guterres said already 2 years ago, that the defining task of the 21st century is to make peace with nature. That's so profound. And the second question is to ask, in order to be radical enough, is that how can we collaborate with artificial intelligence that might be much smarter than we are? And if the original Bauhaus dared to collaborate with industry, industrial production of furniture, so I think this would be the logical step, that we should dare to have a relationship with artificial intelligence, let AI to be our design partner, and maybe even learn from AI. We don't know where this is going to lead us, and there are lots of good examples in Hollywood movies that it's going to turn into dystopia. But I don't think that that's the whole picture, of course. So, to wrap it up, biocentrism, artificial intelligence, and how we truly embed the Bauhaus values in our daily choices, in our businesses and lives.
If we have time at the end, I might like to return to those two questions because I think they're fascinating at maybe two kind of radical extremes of the spectrum, from ecological awareness of biocentrism to at one side to artificial intelligence at the other. But maybe so I'd like to hear more in a little bit about maybe more of your thinking on those two issues. Martin, I'm going to go again to you. And maybe there's a connection back to Jeffrey's point about embodied carbon. So in your work with rammed earth construction, can you explain how the buildings that you work with sequester carbon, and developing from that the importance of cradle-to-cradle design? Can you tell us a little bit about what that means, whole-of-life carbon design or cradle-to-cradle, and how can that be scaled up from something that's local to something that we can really deliver at scale?
Yes, in the first I will say, before the industrialization for 200 years, we have built factories, 3-story factory with rammed earth. Why? Because it was the cheapest way to build, and it was the material on site, and so they use it, and later then we have get too much energy, and so we forgot it. And it is, and for the most important if in earth construction is that you can recycle this material 100 times, and it is no down recycle. It is always the same material. And in the mostly, if we change the building, if we break down the buildings, it is not because the material has a deadline. No, it's changed the use of buildings. And so if we, for me, to save the carbon impact is to have the circle of excavation, building, deconstruction, and reuse it to build again, that this circle is very small, and then it is very sustainable. And how we can do this, it is what I said before, first, that we have a lot of, I can say we use now rammed earth in the same way we have constructed concrete buildings until 80 years ago. And if we would only put a small part of development, budget, money into the development of earth construction, we can really change the situation. In the moment, to build in earth construction, it needs a lot of human work, and the human work is in industrialization country very expensive. And there it is, the price is the problem in the moment. And to scale up for future, it is to think about also in development, in research, and also a lot in education. Our problem is in the moment that we have not enough skilled workers for earth construction. So because it is not, that is a problem. And also that we have to design in a earth construction way. We have to learn it again, to build with the limit of earth construction. And if we find a good solution for the architectural design, technical issues, and the industrialization, because I say that we bring the machinery to the site and build it in prefabricated elements, so you can really build earth construction also in urban context. In urban context, and it is very important, you can build in earth construction 3 and 4 stories high buildings. There is no problem for future. We have to do it. We have to learn it. We have to find a solution. And I think it needs some help, because the earth construction has no lobby. That is the big problem. There is nobody is interested to develop the earth construction from a lobby interest. And the other materials to the earth construction in the moment is too cheap, or the human work is too expensive. But in this, we should work on more steps, as research, education, architectural design, and on the tools. These together, bring together, then it will really scale up if there is a interest. And for the sustainable future of building, I think it is most important that we build with the earth, and on the earth there is growing the plants, and for me that is that the connection between wood and earth would be really the best way for future scale up. I'm not against concrete, but concrete is very wonderful in infrastructure, in foundation, but we should, less concrete and less energy materials and more earth. That is the most important for future. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. You raised a number of really interesting points there. Matti, you wanted to come in on what Martin said.
Yeah, just a very quick comment to Martin Rausch. You said that there is nobody lobbying for the ramped earth and stuff like this. That's mostly true, but now actually in Finland we have started with government's money. That is the EU's recovery funds, we have actually started supporting, investigating that how can we do more like clay-based construction and very like low-tech construction in order to find multiple solutions for getting the carbon footprint lower. So that's not the only path, but maybe the good news to Martin is that, yes, we are doing that with EU's recovery funds.
I was actually going to say something similar because in the university that I teach in, we're moving to completely review our curriculum to how we think about and how we teach architecture. And part of that is embracing a much wider spectrum of materials. And if you think about even maybe 10 years ago, multi-story buildings in timber, for example, were really quite rare. And now, in quite a short time, there has been a huge amount of innovation in CLT, for example. And it's, as you explained, using timber, say, for roads wouldn't have been considered, many years ago when, concrete and steel would have been the default go-to materials. So I think we are beginning to add a much broader spectrum of materials to our palette, and to sponsor research in different materials and work in education to try to think about what our designers of the future actually need to know. And that can't happen quick enough, I would say. Affordability and value were the other point that Martin raised. And again, it links in a really interesting way, I think, to Alessio. And I was going to ask you about value and concrete, because at a recent lecture given by Rotor Deconstruction, who are an amazing practice based here in Brussels, they spoke about reclamation of materials and material circularity. And they said that the cost of new concrete was 3 times less expensive than reclaimed concrete because of the human cost of time to reclaim concrete. Do we need to reconsider how we value materials in order to limit the extraction of what are expensive and energy-intensive resources? Alessio.
May I just first react to the first discussion? No. I think it's a fair point that all materials actually should be supported in achieving the objective, for example, of the Green Deal. I think that there is not one solution, but that we should, from policy perspective, but also from education, we really need to show the whole possibilities, and with scientific-based assessment, really choose on a case-by-case the right one. But let's come back to the other point, which, I mean, it's a kind of continuation of what Martin was saying. Actually, we are now touching, I would say, the second most important topics that we are dealing with, at least within our association, that's circular economy. Because indeed, recycling is definitely part of it. Well, it's a complex matter, but for me, I always try to have 3 key topics in mind. It's less virgin material in, less or no material out, and with the lowest possible energy, as it was also mentioned. So in particular for construction, where you have really long-lived products, this idea of circular economy and the part of recycling is just at the end. Doesn't mean that it's not important, but it has to be put in perspective of, for example, the design for long-lived structure, the design for disassembly, for example, a lean design which reduces the material as much as possible since the beginning. Then you have reduction in operation like maintenance. And at the end, even before recycling, you have the possibility to reuse the full structure or reuse some of its elements. So this is really key. And at the end, when you don't have any value anymore in the structure, in the building, in the infrastructure, then indeed we enter in the recycling. Coming to the point of cost. I don't know this specific work by Rotor, but I remember some years ago we have been working with the World Business Council for Sustainable Development on this issue. And actually we see really different situation in the different countries, and within a country also between different areas. The distances has a very big impact on the cost, the quality of the material, the techniques that are used, the taxes for landfilling. I can't give really an answer, but generally speaking, when we are in densely populated areas, it is more economically and environmentally friendly than in rural areas, as a general speaking. When we now come to value, at the end of life, I'm talking about concrete. When you demolish a structure, what you get actually is not concrete, recycled concrete, is recycled aggregate, the rocks. And it is these rocks that replace the use of virgin materials for new application that can be, for example, in new concrete or in, more generally speaking, geotechnical works, unbound application like road or railways. And actually, when you look at the value, these recycled rocks for unbound application, it has a better performances, so better value than the natural material, because of mainly of the remaining binding power of this rock. So to make things very simple, if you have a building and a road to build, use the recycled material for the road. If you only have a building because no road anymore or less infrastructure, then it is possible. And we have been studying it in different research projects. We can use 75, maybe even more % of recycled aggregates within new concrete. But does it make sense all the time? No, it depends on, well, technically it's possible, but economically and environmentally, it depends on the local situation.
You mentioned design for disassembly.
Yeah.
And again, it's probably a relatively new concept, I think particularly maybe with concrete elements. So do you think we need further research centred, focused on design for disassembly?
Well, definitely, because disassembly at the end of life is key. Whether you reuse the element or if you want to recycle, it is key, for example, to really separate the different flows of materials. So this is definitely a point. So yes, and to answer your question, yes, I think that we need more research and more education, actually, on out of it.
Yeah, it's again, it strikes me through our where I teach in Dublin, University College Dublin, we have students now focusing on design for disassembly, particularly with concrete elements, that how prefabricated concrete elements can be used, taken apart, and then reused, rather than being completely bespoke and tied into structures. So I passed a building site on my way here this morning, and there was a huge JCB just ripping a concrete structure out, preparing a site for a new building. And it struck me that, that's just now, it's part of, well, hopefully it's now gone into landfill, but it might be. But we need to completely change our perspective around waste, circular economy, but also using our design thinking and innovation to be more intelligent about when we use concrete, we use it in a way that is where it needs to be used, and also that it can be reused, maybe in a future alternative assembly format. I'm going to go back to Commissioner Simpson. Commissioner, we've heard a lot about the complexity of the challenges of a transformation to regenerative design. And sometimes, I think to many people, the transformation in the construction industry can seem to be too slow, and regulations can sometimes maybe seem to hinder that progress and that transformation. Is there any way that the Commission can help us to accelerate the scale of change that needs to happen in an agile way?
Yes, of course, there are ways, but we have to keep in mind that circumstances differ in different member states. And from our side, when we proposed 2 years ago, on top of multi-annual financial framework, the recovery funds, then we prioritized renovation because it gives several gains. Well, of course, if you renovate your home, your living conditions will be better and heating bills lower. But 2 years ago, we also prioritized that it creates jobs, both for construction workers, but also material production. And now we know that this labor-intensive sector is actually in need for more skillful workers, but it doesn't mean that the urgency to scale up the renovation activity is not there. On the contrary, well, now at current context, this becomes even more apparent because Europe is very vulnerable. We are importing fossil fuels. Well, natural gas especially is responsible for heating in lots of member states, and now we have made commitment that we will remove our dependence on fossil fuels from Russia as soon as possible. So this is race against the clock. That means that the renovation needs to deliver there. And it also means that there is renewed support behind fast-tracking building renovation in Europe because the built environment must be part of the new energy security equation. So we have to promote it in close cooperation with our national governments. So we have to explain our leaders, but this is not so difficult. Most of member states have presented their recovery plans and they prioritize renovation there. And of course, we do have in place also a wonderful network of mayors. They are also very supportive. And well, of course, New European Bauhaus is there to inspire. But we absolutely need to start moving now to make use of the best technologies, such as bio-based building components and passive design concepts, or interconnected smart building management systems in our homes. But not only homes, also public buildings and hospitals and schools. So in our proposals, we do see that public sector should lead by example. And as you know, there is already legislation in place, but now under the current circumstances, the Commission has proposed that we should increase our EU-wide targets. And for example, EU-wide renewable energy target, we are proposing that for 2030, our energy mix should be decarbonized, and 45% should come from renewables compared to 32, that is existing target. And EU buildings should lead the way with an indicative 49% target for the uptake of renewables. And this is, of course, just an example, but it sends clear signal that that Commission is pushing for this transformation. And I hope that it urges local and national legislators to back this effort. And of course, we have to ensure legal certainty that will bring benefits. But under current high energy prices, the payback time for renovation is significantly shorter than it was only 2 years ago. So funds are available, technical assistance is there. Now we have to solve the workforce topic, and we also announced that there will be a skills initiative that the European Commission will support. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I suppose just to remark that I, from my perspective, I have noticed a much greater prevalence of connection to European directives, European legislation infused by the EU Green Deal and what needs to happen, the Renovation Wave, Fit for 55, the Energy and Performance in Buildings Directive, and how that is trickling down to local legislation in, for example, I see it in my country, in Ireland, and it's played, the new European Bauhaus is mentioned several times in our brand new Irish architecture policy. So I see there is this, the momentum seems to be building, and that there's this connection between the need for policy and the need for regulations, and on the other hand, for them to be nimble and agile enough to keep up with the change that has to happen as quickly as it has to happen. So I think there are very positive signals there. And I was asked to remind everybody here today about a survey that's being run by the new European Bauhaus lab team, and they'd like to invite everybody to participate in. And it's called the Regulatory Analysis for the Built Environment Survey. And the purpose of it is to hear from people who, in their everyday practice, have connection, impact with regulations or with policy, connected with the transformation of the construction ecosystem, and or as designers or as building professionals or as people who interact with the built environment. So how do those regulations or policy act as barriers or enablers of transformation of the built environment? And that survey is open until the 30th of June this year, and you can find a link to it on the NEB website. I'm going to go back now to our Slido to hear from our audience. And we had the second question, which was, what needs to happen to enable and support a transformational shift to regenerative design? And again, looking at the kind of word cloud that's come in, supporting policies and awareness are the two most popular comments. And I suppose that links to what we were just saying, which is that the policies need to support change. And the first day that I had heard about the new European Bauhaus, when the President von der Leyen spoke about it, she said that she wanted design to enable transformation and delivery of the EU Green Deal, not by disaster or diktat, but by design. And I think that's still really important, and it still stays in my mind. And that policy should be supporting and enabling and not restricting innovation, not restricting research. Matti, you wanted to just comment on that?
Yes, about the supporting policies. This is, of course, highly important. And those of us who have been looking at the drafts of the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive, as well as the draft of the Construction Products Regulation. So there are actually, in my opinion, very promising things already embedded that are actually moving towards regenerativeness. Namely, there is in the draft text, there is the requirement that one should start reporting carbon storages or greenhouse gas emission removals in a building. So as we know, we have in the timber, we have the inherited biogenic carbon from the atmosphere, but we can also have concrete solutions that can be even cured with CO2, thus making very practically eternal storages of carbon. And the same is also in the construction products regulation. So now these both are being discussed and debated, and it's my personal and very sincere wish that the ambition level won't go down, but we can really have these places there in the regulation that can help our businesses to develop their products and services, so that we can really start storing carbon, the fugitive carbon from the atmosphere, to the long-living building assets. Of course, this is just one step towards regenerative design, but I think it's a very welcome step, and therefore I think that these are critical things, that how we can ensure that there is an ambition level that doesn't get faded away as these go through the several processes of policy making.
One thing we haven't maybe touched on, and it might go back to some of those previous comments about maybe ecological awareness and artificial intelligence, is the role of humans, people, in this theme of regenerative design. And I suppose that, is that something that any of you would like to speak about, that, because we've spoken about it kind of from a very design or policy-centric view so far. What is the role of inclusion, people, society and culture in that transformational shift?
Maybe I could answer that. Yeah, I mean, I think when there's an oil spill in the sea, people are outraged. There's protests on the streets. But when you build a carbon-intensive building, nobody seems to flutter an eyelid. And I think we need a cultural shift where people are actively angry. They're actively furious that this is happening in their city. You know, you want your city to be a representation of who you are as a society and as a culture. So if it's not sustainable, then that is an affront to who you are as a people. And so I'm hoping that there's going to be this maybe consciousness shift where people are actually actively participating in this discussion. And I think that's missing right now in our industry.
Yeah, I think so. And maybe beyond activism, that there's a role for participatory design in buildings and in cities and towns and places. And I know that part of what the new European Bauhaus is trying to deliver is that sense of inclusion and trying to reach maybe the voices that are less frequently heard from. And that remains one of the really big challenges. Because if you take social housing, for example, it's such a huge proportion of our built environment. And having a say in how you live and what your home is like, going back to your first point, Matti, is probably a crucial part of that conversation. So how can that be a conversation about shifting to being passive participants in our built environment to being active participants?
Yes, actually, I think that the shifting of values, that's of course a thing that we self-evidently need to have. These small incremental improvements apparently seem to be insufficient in fixing the very, very severe state of the planet. So I read a book by Club of Rome a couple of years ago in which they were very much underlining that we need to have something called a new enlightenment, referring back to the Enlightenment in the 17th and 18th century, in which there was a shift from myths and beliefs to, scientific facts and what can you really find out about the nature and man and all the beings around you. And that we would need to have a similar difference in our thinking, that we don't take for granted the things that we've been doing so far, and you really try to do things better. And in this quest of ours, which would have to be an urgent one, arts, culture, design and architecture can have a very significant role, because they can somehow make it more understandable and even desirable to live within the planetary boundaries. And as it also may be necessary for us to let go of some of the old bad habits. And that may feel difficult to me or my company or my region or to a certain politician's voters. So art can also be used for dealing with these sort of difficult emotions and feelings, and also feelings that are related to environmental damage, feelings of environmental anxiety. So that's why I feel that in the new European Bauhaus, it's so excellent that we have the missing component of culture embedded now in the toolbox of sustainable construction that hasn't been there so much before. And this is an essential improvement, in my opinion, and it hopefully makes it easier for us to adjust our lives and our businesses within the planetary boundaries.
So in a sense, if the original Bauhaus was a paradigm shift to reconsider design and the industrialization or the concept of design in the context of modernism and rolling out mass design for everybody through industrialization, this is a different paradigm shift that's going on now, and that the new European Bauhaus is trying to evoke. And one that is maybe more, possibly more complex to do, because it's slightly messy, maybe. It's slightly, it's huge, it's very broad. It goes from all the way up from policy down to, well, European policy to national policy, and reaching out beyond Europe as well, all the way down to design and industry and everyday people living their lives. So that's it's incredibly ambitious, and to create a paradigm shift at that scale. But yet I think it's a hopeful paradigm shift, and it's so nice to be part of that conversation. If there were any other, we hit on the comments in relation to the question, but just to see if anybody put any questions in Slido, we have a few minutes that we could take questions. I'm not sure if the team have. Okay. How do you see transparent waste management? Okay, we touched on waste earlier, and maybe, Alessio, I'm going to go to you for this question. I'm not sure if you can see it. So it's the first one. How do you see transparent waste management in making cities more sustainable?
Yeah. Well, Indeed, we should really change our perspective actually from waste to secondary materials, secondary raw materials. I think that this is the most important point to be considered here. When a structure comes at its end of life and cannot be reused as such, I think it is really important that we see this as a new start for new use, for, as I said, in the principle of circular economy, to keep everything in the loop. So I think it's this shift of perception from waste to secondary material.
Yeah. And I think regulation is going to have to come in there, because when it's too easy to put something straight into the waste chain, then that will be the first action. So it needs to be more difficult to waste something than to reuse it. And this was a point that was made actually by Rotor at their lecture as well, which is really interesting, because I think it reshifts value. And it connects with affordability, which we were speaking about, because and the lobby for dirt that Martin spoke about. Because how do you increase that cultural shift, I think, towards revaluing the intelligent reuse of the resources that we need, which ones we need, when we need them, and really decrease consumerism of buildings as such. And that leads to, I think there was a second question there about, what about a serious decrease in new construction? No matter how sustainable new construction is, it contributes to soil artificialization and loss of biodiversity. Should we just ban new buildings?
Well, I think we should be honest that when we talk about construction and the great change that we need to do, there is no way that we can build our way out of the crisis. It just doesn't go that way. We can't say that with building with this or that new fantastic material, all the problems will be gone. No. So decreasing with the consumption, degrowth in a controlled manner, unfortunately, it's not a pleasant news. But then again, if you think about the equation, one small planet, growing population, rising sea levels, rising pollution levels, it's a no-brainer that we can't just continue increasing consumption. And that also applies to construction. So that I try to illustrate that to my students by showing a triangle in which it is like a priority of resource-efficient construction. On the top level, the most preferred option would to be build nothing, use existing spaces. Then, next preferred option, renovate existing spaces to fit to your needs. Then third option, refurbish. And as a last resort, if all else fails, then consider building a new one from super sustainable materials. But I think this should be the mindset. And this makes us to need to adjust also our needs, like needs of space, into the frames that we have around us. Because it really makes no sense to, destroy the future of our children by just wanting to have a bit more comfortable third summer cottage.
Yeah. We put it to our students now, we call it building, unbuilding. So if they want to propose a new building, they have to make a very, very clear argument for why that building needs to exist. That the first step is always to use what exists already. And so in a sense, education is changing to be more about care for the built environment than design of a new built environment. And I think, again, that's a transformational shift that's happening. You wanted to come in on that point, Lizzie.
I think you have a very, very courageous statement to say that, because we tend maybe too much to say it's so easy, for example, to deal with climate change. We just need to do that. No, it's not easy. But it is a decision that the whole society has to take. And I think that it's very courageous to say we have to make some efforts, because people do not want to hear this. So I really congratulate you for this statement.
Yeah. We didn't speak about degrowth and donut economics, but you touched on it, and that actually with that comes a realization that we really cannot continue to have everything we want to have all the time, and that the sooner we face up to that reality, actually the better. But that doesn't necessarily mean a reduction in the quality of life. It means maybe a rethinking about, and that we spoke about rethinking about the term of beauty earlier. There are 2 more questions there. What are the tools that are missing to switch fully to regenerative design? Jeffrey, would you?
Yeah, sure, I can take that. One of the things, well, there's a few things I could say about this. One of the things when we're designing as designers, there is a limited tool set of really assessing the carbon impact of buildings.
Yeah.
They are now coming more and more to fruition, but they're kind of set more towards a lot of specialists. And I think it's quite possible that in the future, as we're designing, as we're shaping buildings in the design process, we're always going to be having that feedback loop of how much does our building cost? And I don't mean just financially, I also mean sustainably. And that's quite an exciting development that we're seeing, but still we need to make that shift of usability. And then the second thing I'm also hoping for is one day we're going to be seeing carbon tax incentives. So, you know, we should be offsetting the cost of the construction of a sustainable building with the cost of an unsustainable building. This should be almost funding the new generation of buildings. It's not a very easy thing to put forward policy-wise, of course. There's massive hurdles and challenges to put that through. But we should be thinking about the concept of blended finance. We should be thinking about what are our objectives as a society and how can we actually finance that and push that forward.
So, for example, financial risk might be linked to buildings that are less at risk of damaging the environment, and that would be linked into financial investment systems, for example. This is something I know nothing about, but I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah, I was at a finance impact hub in Vienna last week, and they were very much thinking about how can we subsidize new technologies to make them competitive with existing technologies which aren't sustainable. And of course, you've seen that big movements in, you know, the wind energy production, solar production, and so forth. But in the construction industry, that is, I think, lacking at the moment. And we can actually encourage these industries to grow with regenerative material usages, but we, of course, need to scale them up. Things aren't competitive at the low scales that they are today. And there is a big industry of designers who want to use these tools, but are incapable because, well, there's a lack of funding coming from behind.
Absolutely. And I think Martin's point about rammed earth connects nicely with that, that if you could see that, I suppose, foregrounding of material technologies that are less in use now that we would benefit from knowing about and using and innovating more broadly, and that might take some initial kind of extra support, financial support to get that happening on the ground. Just because we have a few minutes left, I'm going to go back to artificial intelligence. Could you just say more about how you see artificial intelligence linking to regenerative design and this paradigm shift?
Yeah, sure. So actually, when I read the book by Professor Yuval Noah Harari about the future of humankind, he was writing about that what would our society look like if it was run and designed and managed by highly intelligent artificial intelligence and algorithms that know ourselves and our next moves and our next clicks better than we do. So we do have that sort of thing already there in the internet. We have algorithms that predict what we are going to click next and what we are going to purchase perhaps and what sort of ads we should be given. Now take 10 generations of evolution on top of that, which in the IT world goes very rapidly, obviously. So if we let artificial intelligence to gather all possible data that it can from our planet, and then analyze that how would it be possible to optimize this in the most sustainable manner, I wonder what sort of role we would have then as humans. Of course, this is not going to happen, it's just an idea. But seriously speaking, I think that there are lots of possibilities in the processing of big data gathered from the environment, gathered from the industry, gathered from the consumption patterns and everyday activities of humans that could be mashed up and used for creating patterns of life and business that would be more beneficial for the future of the planet. And I don't see that artificial intelligence and biocentrism would be the opposite ends of a line. But I think that artificial intelligence could be actually very much also nature-based intelligence. So we have just learned to discover all the marvels of nature that you have there in the fungi and in the communication systems in the forests and in the root systems of trees. Can we tap into that somehow? Can we learn from that? Can we process that? I think we can't, but AI could.
Yes.
Should we invite AI into the new European Bauhaus?
Well, it's funny you should mention that because we were having a conversation a couple of weeks ago in the new European Bauhaus about the fact that it is a distributed network, which is quite interesting. So not a hierarchical network, but one that is distributed, and that means that it can be more robust and more agile and more resilient, potentially. And I suppose that's just interesting in terms of what you're saying about the link between, like the internet is a distributed network. Essentially, it works simultaneously on all levels at all times, and so I see what you mean about that connection between the potential for artificial intelligence and nature. And we still know. There's so much we don't know, and I think realizing that we are not master of all that we survey. We are a tiny part of this beautiful planet, and it's a planet we have to take care of. And I think that there are complex questions that we've touched on today. This is the beginning of a conversation maybe about regenerative design in the context of the new European Bauhaus, and one that I'd certainly love to continue on at a future date. We're kind of drawing to a conclusion in the last 5 minutes. I'm just really want to just use the last few minutes just to thank all of the panellists. I'm going to go to Martin and Commissioner Simpson, particularly to thank you for staying on Zoom. I know it's challenging to be in a live session and be on Zoom simultaneously. And thank you for joining us remotely today and being part of the session. It was really great to hear about your contributions and the work that you're doing, Martin, on rammed earth construction, and to hear what's happening then at the European Commission scale in relation to policy formation and the connection between policy and what we need to transform on the ground. The 2 or 3 panellists here in the space, thank you so much, Jeffrey Eberle, Matti Köttönen, and Alessio Romaldi. It was an absolute pleasure. And I quite like the fact that we weren't necessarily all on the same page at all the time, because it proves how complex the question of regenerative design and the challenge that we face really is. And thank you very much to our audience here, to everybody who contributed on Slido. We only got a small amount of time to glimpse the snapshots, but hopefully maybe they can be just flashed up on the screen for the last few minutes so that people can see them again. Because I think the inclusion in the conversation is really important. And as we said, this is a conversation that is going to go far beyond this session today. This is day 2 of the festival and the beginning session, so there's going to be lots more activity in the forum, the fair and the fest for the rest of the day. But from me, I just want to say thank you very much, and obviously a round of applause to all of our panellists for being here with us today.
And thanks to you.
Thank you.
Rightfully so, and a round of applause for Orla, fantastic moderator as well, please. Thank you for a very nuanced discussion. As you said, there was a lot of elements brought together. Do stay put, because we're not finished yet. We're only getting started. There's a next segment being prepared for you just now. People online, we will let go of you for just a couple of minutes. Do come back by 10:45, please. Then we're all set up again for the next big panel discussion. So see you in a while.
Hold up. I see you.
again, and welcome back to the people online as well. Happy to have you here in a sunny Gare Maritime in Brussels for our next panel discussion. The original Bauhaus movement was built on the ruins of the First World War, as you may know. It was inspired by arts and crafts movement in the UK, and all branches of the arts were considered equally important in creating this new world inspired by a very humanistic vision. I want to cite two quotations by Walter Gropius, one of its founding fathers. First, a modern, harmonic and lively architecture is the visible sign of authentic democracy. And another thing he's been quoted saying, our guiding principle was that design is neither an intellectual nor a material affair, but simply an integral part of the stuff of life, necessary for everyone in a civilized society. Words by Walter Gropius. The next panel will look at what inspiration the original Bauhaus still has to offer and how to take those ideas forward into the future, into the 21st century, in a thoroughly changed world, as we all know. Focusing specifically on architecture and design and in line with Gropius's ideas about preserving and passing on craftsmanship, the panelists will discuss what that means for education in particular in this day and age. And to guide the discussion, I would like to welcome Snežka Kvatvlich-Milajlović, Secretary General of Europa Nostra, a network of organizations presenting themselves as a European voice of civil society committed to cultural heritage. So, Snežka, the floor is yours. Have fun.
Thank you so much, Annelies. Dear colleagues and friends, welcome to our session on education and the European Bauhaus. Let's imagine it. Greetings to you here in the audience and greetings to the audience following us online. As you have heard, I represent the European Voice of Civil Society Committee to Cultural Heritage. And it's indeed my honor to moderate this session. And together with our two distinguished speakers, we shall explore how art, design, architecture, and cultural heritage can help shape better societies and how education can support this vital goal. We shall divide this conversation, in a sense, in three big parts. We shall look into the past, to the present, and to the future. So first, we will look into the lessons and inspiration that we are getting, as we have just heard from Annelies, from the original Bauhaus school and movement. And what are the lessons that we can get today from this movement? Then we will transition to the present day to see what is the situation now and how much of these lessons and how much of the values of the new European Bauhaus are present today in our educational systems. And then we shall look to the future and see how we can do better and how indeed art, design, architecture and heritage can further inspire and improve our educational system as a support to the new European Bauhaus system. We have heard yesterday from President Ursula von der Leyen indeed that the new European Bauhaus is about giving soul to the European Green Deal and to the green transformation, which means that it should help the transition, the change of our mindset. And if we're talking about the change of our mindset, we have to invest in education. So let me introduce our two speakers. I'm delighted to have them with us because they are the perfect contributors for this conversation. First of all, I want to greet Danica Dakic, who is an artist. Danica and I were born in the same country, which doesn't exist anymore. I was born in Belgrade, Danica was born in Sarajevo, so she is from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Her artwork extends from video and film to photography and installation, addressing topics of art, history to highlight cultural memory and identity, language and social roles in their constant transformation. She has exhibited many times including at the Bauhaus Museum Weimar in 2019 and also in the same year in the Biennale in Venice. And she's also professor at the Bauhaus Universität Weimar and head of the International Master of Fine Arts program, Public Art and New Artistic Strategies. Petri Suomala comes from Finland, so from the Balkans we go to the Nordic, the Baltics. He's a vice president for education at the Aalto University in Finland, and he's chairman of the board in Aalto Executive Education Limited. And in addition, he's chair of Aalto's Learning Steering Group, which prepares, coordinates, monitors, and follows up joint strategic and operative issues in education and learning. And Petri, you have an academic background as professor of industrial engineering in management. So we have an artist and somebody coming from the educational and academic university world. Danica, I would like to ask you to start. So, the lessons you are living now and working in Weimar. You're coming from the Balkans with all the difficult experiences of a war and now a sort of post-war situation. What the lessons from the original Bauhaus school, and we have just heard also founded just after the First World War, what it meant for your own work and what are the lessons that you want to share with our audience?
I think, the old historical Bauhaus is actually not only just one heritage, cultural heritage consisting of artworks and ideas, it also provides a great potential for the future. We can learn from this heritage a lot because for me, it has this really very, very utopian ideas which are still very alive and that could be activated for the future. And I'm also somebody who really think that this world doesn't start with me and hopefully will not end with me. So I mean that it's really very important that we, try to understand all the complexities, of the present, and the history is part of it. As an artist and also as a professor heading this really wonderful, unique program, Public Art and New Artistic Strategies, which is highly international one. So it means the 90% of the students are coming from abroad. So we are a really all very, very diverse group of artists working together, and we are all the time actually translating Bauhaus. So it means Bauhaus is not something static. Bauhaus is something to be translated. As you know, the history of this movement is shaped by flight and migration. Bauhaus was founded in Weimar, went to Dessau in 1925, and then to Berlin, and then the artists and architects and designers from Bauhaus went into the whole world, and then and there are a lot of ways of be Bauhaus in the world. So they translated this idea, in very different artistic communities, contexts, cultural contexts, and that is what we are actually trying to do again in a new way, because we live in a very, very complex and very crisis-shaped reality, which is very complicated, and I think we can really learn from this heritage, and we can activate the utopian potentiality of this heritage for the future. And that is something what I'm doing as an artist and as professor, and we will show some slides afterwards, but let's now go give the word to Petri.
Thank you, Danica. So, from the Bauhaus University in Weimar, we go to Aalto University. I think there is a lot of collaboration with you. What it means for you in Finland and for your university, and you personally, how do you reflect on this issue?
For me, it's actually very, I would say, warm connection to these original ideas of Bauhaus. I really think we resonate well with the Bauhaus University. Aalto University is not named as a Bauhaus university. But if we look at the history of merging three universities, one of arts and design, one of business, and one of technology or engineering, we have been building a Bauhaus university, if you wish. For me, there are perhaps three main lessons from the Bauhaus movement as it was in the start of the 20th century. I think what is still important in our curriculum and in our educational structure is that it's important to look at the basic things before going into application, understanding material, understanding color, understanding these kinds of basic issues reasonably well. It sort of builds an important foundation. And then the second very important aspect is actually that along the course of the studies, it makes sense to practice things. It's not just learning by reading or listening, but really doing things, the craftsmanship and doing things, getting your hands dirty, that's important. And maybe the third thing that I still think is visible in our sort of educational philosophy is that there's understanding that many of the big things actually comes from the small everyday focuses. It's not just something that it's handled in festivals or celebrations, but really look at the everyday life of individuals, look at the course of events in the world at the very detailed level. There, the biggest impact will actually emerge.
So would you say that all these lessons from the past are well understood and well implemented today in the universities that, and not only in universities, in the sort of way that we are living and experiencing? Would you feel that today, in the 21st, 100 years later, at the time when we are having this new European Bauhaus, that we are really following these messages?
If I may, I actually, I mean, because I think it's a kind of a. It makes sense to remind ourselves on those principles, because one of the sometimes tension is that we tend to focus on different disciplines and silos so much that it sometimes takes air from the activity of actually crossing borders and joining forces. I'm not saying that it's wrong to focus on disciplines, because it's when we collaborate, we really need good, specific and focused expertise. But at the same time, we have to be careful that there is a phase where we combine our forces, we combine arts, design, architecture, engineering, business even together to make something meaningful that is holistically sort of sensible and makes a difference.
Mm-hmm. And I think the cultural heritage of Bauhaus is actually, like every great cultural heritage in the world, some kind of terra incognita. It contains a lot of elements just to be discovered, you know, just to be explored. And I think that is like every artwork as well, which is good one, you know, so that you actually cannot explain, doesn't give so many answers, but it gives a lot of questions for the future. And if some cultural heritage is really kind of alive, it means there are a lot of elements that to be explored. So it's not just about the messages, it's about really this kind of unexplored terrain that we have somehow to learn or to somehow occupy, you know, and bring to another meanings. And that is, I think, what is it about. And that was actually the reason for us in Weimar that I started in 2015 one project, kind of series of artistic research exhibitions called Imaginary Bauhaus. And we started with this first and oldest Bauhaus collection, art collection of Weimar, which was founded by Walter Gropius and the then museum's director Wilhelm Köhler in Weimar. And it contained 168 pieces, art pieces, selected by the students. So the oldest established Bauhaus collection started with works by students, you know, and that was for me a kind of really a trigger to think how can we imagine a future exhibition of the Bauhaus, you know, and that was the idea that we started with artists to produce this kind of new Bauhaus collection. Museum collection, which is actually changeable. You know, the works are performative, participative, new forms of which are dealing really with these topics and with these kind of issues, kind of also kind of political and social moments of this heritage, and that we activated for the future, and you know, somehow to work with all these things which are actually shaping our present as well.
So you didn't wait for the launch of the new European Bauhaus for the President of the European Commission?
No.
So
We
your
started
students
in 2015, and one group of our students, international group of our students, actually did this walk as a performative walk with, I don't know, 269 kilometers going from Weimar to Dessau and then to Berlin, you know, and we started with, it was a collaboration with Maxim Gorki Theater in Berlin, and we came to the opening of this exhibition Berliner Herbstsalon in 2015, and then launched there one workshop with our students to talk and to work on topics on flight and migration. And it was exactly in 2015, and as Germany also really thought about, you know, how should be the borders of Germany open for the refugees and so on. And nowadays we have exactly the same situation, or the new situation with the Ukraine and so on. So you see, this flight and migration shaped very strong the heritage of Bauhaus. You know, also in a positive way, because Bauhaus is shaped by this traumatic experience of flight and migration, but it's still a dream. You know, traumatic and dream spaces are the same sides of the one face, you know, so that is actually very important, and that is the reason why is it still alive. Because it's not boring, it has a traumatic experience, and it has still a dream, you know. And I think there is the reason why these young people from all over the world, you know, still going to Bauhaus University, because they have own image of what is it Bauhaus, and that is very interesting, you know.
No, but that is a great. Thank you for using the words, you know, trauma and dream, because it was exactly the words also yesterday during the panel discussion on Ukraine and the relevance on the new European Bauhaus for the recovery that will eventually come in Ukraine. It was, dream was still present. But, you know, with all what you have said, we already made the transition to indeed what's happening now. There we are. Thank you for, you know, placing this conversation in that wider historical context. So we are going to sort of discuss now about these principles of the new European Bauhaus, the principles of a more beautiful, more sustainable, more inclusive society that we need to build. And so I would like to ask you, from your own experiences, how much these principles are already present in your own work, in your university, to give us and to the audience a little bit, how does it work in practice? And is it a utopia? Is it something we are aspiring, or is it already a reality? I understand, Danica said that you will show us some illustrations of your work that would illustrate, in fact, the implementation of these principles.
So that is this imaginary Bauhaus museum. We started in 2015 with our students, and that is something I will come back again. And that was this walk I mentioned from Weimar over Dessau to Berlin. And then you see another work which goes like more in the direction of design. And you mentioned also that this kind of interdisciplinarity is also very, very specific for the Bauhaus. It means this interdisciplinary approach between different disciplines, like between design and architecture and art. And there's one work, Be a Ninja, by Paloma Sanchez, one artist from Brazil, who created this wonderful object out of this, how do you say this sphere for this žica?
Wire,
so you used, and then you see somehow how can you kind of create some kind of weapon to define yourself, in a kind of a very imaginative way. And that was also one very, very amazing project. It's called Solution Mat. You see, you said it was in front of the Maxim Gorki Theater in Berlin, and the artist created this kind of arena situation, and there were audience around. They could ask questions like, how many refugees should be accepted by Germany? And then they are fighting for yes and no. So it is kind of wrestling game, and then somehow, and comes also from the ancient Greece with this kind of arena and somehow questioning the democratic society and so on. So Solution Mat, that was one of the projects. And that is also something about inclusion. How can we feed each other? That was Hot Pot. So that the artist created this, this dinner. And food was very, very, always very important for the Bauhaus, life for the historical Bauhaus. And of course, coming from Weimar, we are very, very informed about everything what food was actually the meaning of the food for the Bauhaus movement. And so that the artist Lena Skrapps created this kind of long kashika spoons. Spoons, so that you cannot eat it, but you can feed somebody else. It's very beautiful, in the way that you. And that is another project, as Snezka mentioned. I'm coming from Sarajevo, and I came to Germany before the war in Bosnia. But of course, this war in the Balkans shaped very strong my life and my art. And as I became professor at the Bauhaus University, then we organized a big project with 6 artistic educational project on the Balkans, and then this in the Mostar. You heard probably of this divided city, which was really very, very destroyed during the Balkan Wars. And we did a project with 6 academies and art schools from Sarajevo, Mostar, Banja Luka, Belgrade, Athens, and Pristina. In Mostar, and all the students came together and worked together, and it was a kind of really very, very innovative project for this region, because the public art is not really present there in the educational system and so on. So that is, And that is one really beautiful action with this giant broom, kind of witch's craft of the art in Sarajevo, that was really very, very well received by the people. You know, the city is very shaped by this kind of failed transition processes and so on. So the passerbys were very amused, you know, to see the kind of giant broom which will clean this situation. Okay, that's...
Thank you so much. This togetherness is going like a thread through all these projects. So, Petri, you also have something to show us.
I actually brought one very fresh example from Aalto University. It's a book called Designing Change, and it's all about collecting different approaches produced by Aalto University professors, lecturers and researchers, where design, art and creativity has been put into the work in a sense in context of organizational and societal change. So there's a quite rich set of examples included in this book. Just if I may mention just briefly a couple of ones, one related to oceans and sea, the healthiness of seas, called Baltic Sea Lab, where creative methods have been used in sort of activating people to understanding what's going on seas. Sort of 3 layers can be perhaps recognized how creative practices can actually be used in sort of bringing more knowing into the picture. What's actually going on in an ecological sense, in cultural sense, built on knowledge, scientific knowledge, and understanding the sort of the fundamentals. Caring aspect is a second layer where we're trying to build empathy, anchoring our values to this development, making emotional contacts to issues, so that the action, which is the third level, can actually be realized, active participation and collaboration. So I think it's a quite nice example where we have a very much sort of intertwined mechanisms from science, engineering to design and arts involved. Another very nice example is actually also mentioned in this book called Chem Arts Initiative, which is very much in educational side, enabling experimentations on different kind of bio-based materials, and then putting art together in that exploration, really creating interesting new material-based artistic expressions. And it's a quite popular minor subject in our educational portfolio.
Very interesting. I think this book, I hope you will give it to President Ursula von der Leyen and also other decision makers, because it's not only relevant for the student, I suppose, the decision designing change.
I have 4 copies with me, so... Very
good. We'll make sure that they get them. I think we shall now try, because we can chat for hours, but we would like to also involve the audience in this conversation. And I'm holding here something which is called the catch box. And what is this? So we want, I'm going to throw it in the audience, and the person who is going to catch the box can ask a question. So you have to speak here. Here is the microphone, and you can ask the question. And then when you ask that question, that person should throw it to another person. So we'll take 2 questions, and then we'll come back to the to our panelists. So you know, let's do the game. So I'll do first the.
Hi, I'm Christina. Nice.
Stand up, please.
Okay, stand up. Good morning, everybody.
Is it on?
I'm Christina. Can you listen?
It's not on, I guess. Is it?
Oh, that's what you do with all those gadgets.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Ah, okay. It just matters to. Okay. I have a question to Petri, please, because I know that in Finland, public service broadcasting, so the way to do education in the country, is strongly allied with television and other supports. And I'd like to know how, in the spirit of the new European Bauhaus, you try to integrate a kind of pop vision through eventually television or other media to your approach. So how to combine academy with pop vision through eventually media like public medias. So now I throw to another.
You throw to another? So we pick up another question?
Well, I'm not quite prepared for any questions, so just enjoying listening. So if anyone else has a...
Volunteering.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Alexandre. Thank you very much for organizing this event, and I'm very impressed by the panelists, and in particular Professor Danica Kashitz. Thank you very much for being here. I have one question, which is the following. The situation over 100 years have changed. In 1919 was a certain situation. Now we are in 2022. In particular, at that time, there was no internet. And the Bauhaus was a school in one place, which was Weimar, then moved to Dessau, then moved to Berlin. Now we are in a situation where we have internet and with connections and or a different situation. So how would you say the situation has evolved and has an impact on in particular, the education? And I would just say one more thing, which is the famous thinker Pascal. He said, well, c'est un cercle où le centre est nulle part et la circonférence est partout. And I think internet is very much linked to that. And I would like to hear about you on the education and the situation, how it evolves from 1919 and the day today. I send it back to you.
Let me see. Maybe you.
Well, I bring it.
So the first question was for you, Petri.
I think the second one as well.
Okay. No.
I think only the first one, really. But yes, thank you for a very good and I would say multifaceted question. For me, how universities and media, including public broadcasting organizations, work together actually can be recognized in different ways, and it's a kind of a multi-directional collaboration. It's a bit difficult maybe to give an sort of exhaustive answer to your good question, but I think we try to keep the channel a lot open and have a dialogue on the ways that we can learn from the media in the rhythm and in the forms that we can produce, let's say, teaching material also for higher education institutions. So there's a sort of a material level collaboration in developing new teaching material, but it's also that we have a very good sort of an archive of different kinds of material available in Finland, which can be also directly used in education in different fields. So as a kind of a depository of material as a resource for education, I think that's also a very important perspective. But when we are moving forward in developing different kinds of online and hybrid solutions also to education, I think that connection between media and higher education becomes, and education overall becomes more and more important all the time. So I'm really also eager to see what we will discover in the coming years, keeping the dialogue open between the parties.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I think, Danica, you could sort of reflect about, in any case, you know, the difference between 100 years ago and now with reference to Pascal.
Well, Pascal, I have to say, you know, after 2 years of Corona, I'm very, very happy that we are, you know, that we are in presence again. And of course, back to your question, you cannot compare it. You know, it was, you know, it was another time. It was an analog time, you know, in 100 years ago. And today we live in a kind of reality which is, you know, our identity is increasingly shaped by digitalization. You know? So we live actually in the digital world and another world in the physical world, and it changes every day. So it's a working process. I don't think I feel kind of, I have not the distance to reflect on it because I am in this process, you know, as an artist and as a person and, of course, as a professor as well. And I see that the new generation deals in another way, you know, with the medias. Working with media, social medias are part of these artistic strategies, you know, I'm teaching. So it means actually that a lot of artists are just working only with these new medias in terms of social media and so on, you know. So there are a lot of possibilities. And the Bauhaus University, Weimar is, for example, very, very open to this kind of new realities shaped by digitalization and so on. We have a kind of really ongoing research project, Digital Bauhaus, and that is something which is really, developing very, very strongly, you know, and in all 4 faculties in our university. But you cannot compare it.
No. In any case, fortunately, we have it now, and that's why this whole new European Bauhaus process could spread so quickly and to so many partners and stakeholders. As you know, there are so many organizations that got involved from the academic world, the universities, the civil society organization like mine, Europa Nostra, artists. So that's why, you know, we have this tool. Now,
but we definitely need the presence as well, kind of to work in physical presence, because it cannot be just, you know, kind of digital teaching. You know, we had a lot of digital online courses in the Corona time. But I think, you know, for the students, it was really very difficult, I have to say, you know.
Indeed.
From my students coming from all over the world, you are coming from Brazil, and then you see in tiny room, you know, for 2 years. So we tried really to have so many physical projects as possible. So it means in the physical space, and it worked.
So in this post-pandemic time, let's hope it is indeed going to be definitely a post-pandemic time. Let's now talk in this final segment of our conversation about the future. What can we do better? And what would be the messages that you would like to convey to the European Union team working on promoting the new European Bauhaus initiative, and, you know, with the ambition that indeed also become a movement. For the moment, it is an initiative with an ambition to become a movement and something that would irrigate all policies and all segments of life. And so when it comes to education, because that's what is our, you know, we started with said, let's imagine it, but I would say also let's do it. What would be your, let's start with you, Petri, your key messages to the leaders and decision makers in European Union with regard to education? I know also Finland is the country that is considered as the country with the best education system in Europe and perhaps the world. So your key messages.
I hope so, that it's a fact, and at least we're trying to develop as we move forward. And I think the first key message actually would be that let's think about education indeed as a system. It's a system of different steps, different phases. even though I'm easily talking about higher education, it cannot happen without proper education before that in the primary education and secondary education, as we are building a student's path so that she or he can get high quality education everywhere. That would be the ideal. And in order to realize that, of course, we need a lot of things, but for sure we need understanding that education needs and is an investment. So we cannot escape that. And that's a very concrete thing, I would say, to sort of mention. But at the same time, I think, and this is much more complex to say how it works and how it develops, but I think it's very important to build culture, to build values where we really appreciate not only education as an objective, but also learning and teaching as a journey. And for instance, the profession of teacher, how do we recognize and explicate that the teachers really do remarkable work, no matter the stage of the education we're talking about. And talking about the sort of the secret of Finnish educational system, I think that's something that we have succeeded, at least in historical perspective, that we have created a culture where, let's say, being a teacher is a very appreciated choice in life. I could talk long about this, but let's.
This is an extremely important statement, and we shall definitely pass it on. Danica, you know, your messages, because
let's imagine. I think imagination is also wonderful investment. You know, investment in the future. If we imagine things, we are creating space for action. You know, and we are starting to create a new reality and the future. And as an artist, actually, you know, I work with utopias, and that is a material the artworks are made of. So it is not just, you know, if you imagine things, you are starting to develop a new world. And I think that is, if we imagine, you know, things and imagine our future, actually, that is the best way, you know, to actually to be in the world.
And do you think that there is space for more interaction between the world of art and education and the institutions? Because imagining the new world and institutions are not always best.
It's investment. I thought that to imagine things, imagination is also investment. So it means we need resources, we need projects, we need the resources, you know, to develop new things, to experiment. And the experiment is the core of the whole Bauhaus. You know, so, and I don't think that the art world nowadays is separate from the world. It's a part of the world. It works with all these complexities. And that somebody who is teaching public art, it means actually that this kind of complexity in daily work, it is actually our material. You know, how can we reach the audience? How can we get another level of communication? That is something what art can do.
I cannot resist adding that I fully agree. I mean, if we take a look at the different curricula of various disciplines, we sometimes still think that art, design and creativity is something that we add on, but we actually would need to consider how to build that in engineering, in many others. So I think that's an important process. I think we are generally understanding, or at least improving our understanding in that, but a lot to do still in practice.
We have been talking about that necessity to break the silos also and to do much more also interdisciplinarity, but not just between various academic disciplines, but between art, between heritage, between science, technology. And that's, again, the key message when the whole process was launched with the new European Bauhaus was about this involving all these various disciplines in the process of the green transformation. Would you?
That's exactly. I think it's well put. I fully agree. And as said, I think we are in a situation where we have acknowledged that dealing with these complex and highly challenging issues in the world actually calls for that. But now we are trying to sort of operationalize that at the level of, let's say, higher education. We are not ready yet how to do that, but at least I think the direction has been recognized, that sort of a cross-disciplinary approach that needs to be achieved one way or another. And there are different strategies. You can, of course, you can build programs around those ideas, but you can also build integrated solutions so that it's sort of embedded in different disciplinary programs, the understanding how we need art, creativity and design in various places.
Danica, could you say that all those various work that you have done, also these projects that you have shown us, you can already feel that there was a tangible impact that you have created in the places where it was going on, that you could demonstrate that tangible impact?
I think that is, I think so, you know, so because we are as an artist, but also as a professor working with the students and with the students coming from all over the world, the most important things that we really learn from each other. You know, it's education in terms that we really learn from each other. Because all of these people have a really very, very different background, also cultural background. And then when we are talking, okay, which kind of notion of art we are talking about? If I have artists from China, from Singapore, from, I don't know, Iran or Peru, you know, so then I think this kind of translating things and bringing things to a new understanding, you know, of what does it mean to be in the world, that is what we can do as educators and as artists. You know, so, and I think art is nothing else than the possibility that we all together develop.
And to cope also with the diversity,
from
when you
each
said,
other, yes.
and to sort of embrace and not be afraid of diversity, but embrace the diversity as something that is richness and not a weakness of our society.
And we are learning from audience as well. And the audience became, you know, if you are, a lot of artists work participatory, it means that somehow, you know, people who are not artists are part of the project and becoming part of the project. So all these borders are very fluid. You know, and I think that is the beautiful thing.
Beautiful thing. The new European Bauhaus also used the word that we want to make a more beautiful society, which I find a revolution in the European Union sort of narrative. How much is sort of beauty and the quest for beauty also present in the educational system or in, you know, what you have been working in your university level or in artistic work that you have been doing?
That is the beauty, if you really learn from other people and other people learn from you and you create something together. What could be more beautiful?
I agree, and beauty is a nice word to be used in this context, because I think when we look at the challenge of building a sustainable future, that's a beautiful objective, and that's also something that calls efficiency of using materials, efficiency of using resources. So sustainability, beauty, and efficiency can actually be built in a way that I guess surface level doesn't seem to be the most obvious combination of concepts and words, but they're actually very much aligned towards the same way of thinking. So I definitely welcome taking the sort of the beauty approach to education and understanding it maybe in a broad sense, that what works efficiently and is good for the world and good for its people, it's probably beautiful. I think it's a nice lighthouse concept for us.
So beauty is actually is a deep word, you know. And I think if we understand beauty as a kind of poetic dimension of human existence, then I think that is a very deep term, you know.
Yeah.
And not only human, but also non-human existence and existence of everything. So I don't mind the word.
Indeed, it's not only about beautiful places, but the beautiful minds and beautiful human beings. This afternoon, Europa Nostra will have a side event in the town hall of Brussels, and we will have a discussion also of on that concept of beauty as part of the core values of the new European
Traumatic
Bauhaus.
experience is always part of a beauty. You know, that is very important.
Very, very good point. And so even if I was not allowed, but I think I still have a time to throw this sketchbook once, and there is someone who is going to speak about beauty this afternoon, so I wanted to get the catchbox.
Thank you, Agnieszka. Do you hear me?
Yes.
But I will not speak now about beauty because I can go very, very far, as you.
In the afternoon, you know.
As you remember, during my time of presidency, I used the term Renaissance, and beauty has a lot to do with Renaissance.
Luca Jaillet, former president of the European Economic and Social Committee.
But my question was more directed to both of you, because in the first part of this panel, you said two things that, from my point of view, are very important, the original Bauhaus. The first is that this was about redesigning the way of life. And the second is that the real lesson is the redesigning the way of life. On discovering big things is always starting from small things dealing with the ordinary life of people. So as today, we are deeply challenged, the word of Ursula von der Leyen yesterday opening the festival from Rome. The challenge of the climate change is becoming more and more urgent, and now, due to the Russian invasion, to become independent in energy, even accelerated, doubled this one. So this need to redesign our future way of life, starting for small things, that is at the core of this work, of your work. How can you, as you both are at university, can contaminate all the other space of education? Because school and university should prepare people for becoming actor of change. But most often is preparing people to be actor of conservation. So how can this movement that starts from this, and for your role, can contaminate all the education, pushing all the instruments of education in university and in secondary school as a movement for change, taking this perspective? Thank you.
People make changes, you know, so that's...
Well, yeah, what a great question. Again, a very big question. Maybe if I leave the philosophical side a little bit aside, maybe I just take a concrete approach, because I think it's also important, as is in the Bauhaus, doing things really and taking small steps. What we are at least trying is that we are very actively engaging as a university with the secondary schools and even with the primary schools, not only students of pupils of those schools, but also teachers and study counselors or many others. So conveying what we understand from science, art and design, and trying to sort of convey that message into teachers and students in those stages of the educational system. Of course, we have a background idea that they will come to study in Aalto University, but at the same time we are doing something that I think is related to your question, that we're trying to explicate what we know on the basis of science, what kind of things are needed in the world, and saying that please consider joining this movement and be this change maker in this process as you move forward. So, but it's a very good question. Happy to digest into that in some occasion a bit more deeply.
Danica, perhaps you can also
Yes,
tell the story of
because
your
actually-
hero from Zenica.
No, but just about this imaginary Bauhaus, you know, so it was actually the idea, you know, because the project was, we started with the project in 2015, so it was 4 years before this kind of 100 years of Bauhaus, which was a kind of big event in the whole Germany, you know. And then actually it was the idea, how can we create something against this musealization of the Bauhaus? You know, so, and that was kind of, okay, we can create a kind of experimental social utopian laboratory, you know, to deal with all these questions of urgent questions of our time, ecological, political, social, you know, and to open it up for this kind of art and discourse and to discuss it with the audience. That was the idea. And so we started this kind of new collection of Bauhaus, not as a collection of art objects, but collection of kind of, artistic attitudes, you know, in dealing and performative action dealing with this. So it was totally against the musealization of the Bauhaus. And it's still like this.
Thank you so much. I'm afraid our time, the time is ticking, and it's so now my task just at the end to thank you so much. Thank you, Danica. Thank you, Petri, for being with us. Thank you for your insightful contribution for this important conversation. You know, how can we imagine a better education and sort of the importance of education in this whole new European Bauhaus initiative. We have looked into the heritage, the inspiration from the original Bauhaus, but as we have just heard, we using it as inspiration without wanting to do a musealization. It's rather to make it a new relevance, give it a new interpretation in the time that we are living now. We have then looked into the present-day situation, and sort of there were some very important messages that our panelists have passed, and we want to pass it further to the leaders and all the partners of the New European Bauhaus Initiative. First of all, that you know, we need to approach in a holistic way the education, and in the sense that from earliest ages, from schools, elementary school, to the academic institutions, to the universities, and then also to sort of learning and educating people also with acting, artists, and action on the ground. Also holistic in the sense between various disciplines, science, technology, art, heritage, and thank you for the book that we have also got, Designing Change, from the Aalto University. We have also spoken about the importance of imagination, the extremely important, the message from Danica, and we should we should encourage our decision maker to be a little bit more bold and more audacity and imagining also the world and then doing it.
Invest in
and invest. Now, the word investing. Both of you were using the words investing because it's investing in people, investing in beautiful human beings with all their traumas and dreams, but investing. And also the wonderful message, Petri, that the profession of teacher should be one of the most beautiful profession and most important professions in our society. It's not the case now, and they are the vital workers. You know, the health workers were the vital workers during the pandemic, but in the times of such change, such crisis, the vital workers are teachers, so let's invest in them. So thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you for the people here in the Gare Maritime, and thank you very much to all the people who have been following us online. Over to you, Annelies.
Oh, we got it. And thank you to Sneska for a wonderful panel discussion. There are messages there. I think they were heard loud and clear, far beyond this venue and the people online. So for now, we take a short break, but I would kindly invite you to be back here at Gare Maritime, back online too, at 12 o'clock, because we're going to take you on a very special trip to Lagos, Nigeria. Really, I mean, this is not promo talk, this is heartfelt. Do be back, you don't want to miss this. Make sure you've got your earplugs with you, because this is going to be very immersive, very sensuous. This is not just talk. So be here because you are going to live an experience. 12 o'clock sharp. See you then. Thank you.
Hold up.
Welcome back. Welcome back to all of you. You're in for a treat. So you're the lucky ones and the wise ones and the smart ones. Before I introduce my guest to you, let me share some practicalities. For this experience to be fully experienced, you need to plug in your earpieces. And people at home, behind your computer screens at home, please, if you can, use a headphone. It will make what we're going to offer to you all the more special. So there'll be some introductory remarks, so you have time, if you don't have your headphone close at hand, to go and grab it from that drawer somewhere in your house. It's worth your while. Something else I need to say, practically speaking? No, we're going to start. This is the closest that I have sat to a person I've only just met since the pandemic. How does it feel?
I mean, I've gotten used to not wearing this thing.
Okay,
yeah,
me too. I'm comfortable, I'm happy.
Same here.
Ladies and gentlemen, meet Emeka Ogbo from Berlin and from Lagos, Nigeria. I'll introduce him some more and then he can talk. First he has to listen.
Yeah.
Emeka is a multisensorial artist, meaning that he creates art inspired by and based upon what he hears, feels, tastes, sees as well, smells. And as a child, in school, he preferred drawing to taking notes, as he should be doing. And he was obviously talented, but deciding to become an artist wasn't self-evident at that time and maybe also in that place. So anyway, he went down that road, and to focus on only two aspects of his creativity, his career, if I may say so, food and sound, I'd like to share two snippets of information I found. One is a quote about food that I loved very much. You saying that food is storytelling through the mouth.
Yeah.
Beautiful. It's anchoring yourself to your home, but also putting down your roots in new territories. And interestingly, this is Belgium. Emeka created his own beers or collaborated with beer brewers, for example, in Germany, injecting German recipes with Nigerian flavors. And he told me before that in Belgium, too, he has been meddling with beers. We can go into that later. It's perfect for blending, as some of you definitely will know, and also for questioning taste, time, and tradition, because everything Emeka does has meaning, of course, and is a way of exploring our worlds. Beer, Belgians, goes very well together. Sound can also carry a sense of home while at the same time transport you to elsewhere. It's a signature of place, you could say, to belonging and an estrangement at the same time. An internationally renowned artist, should you be wondering, Biennale of Venice, Documenta in Kassel, Dakar Biennale, Tate Gallery, you name it. And in Belgium too, his work has been showcased at Wheels and in Vilvoorde, to name but two places. So, over to you. You're back in town, happy to be in Brussels?
Very happy. I've already started diving into the beer culture again. So I'm very pleased to be here, and I hope to come more often.
Very well.
Yeah.
We are talking now to people's ears. You don't hear him? You can almost not hear us. Okay, then we are going to fix that.
It's not from my side. Can you hear me now?
That's better?
Oh, sorry, guys.
Okay. Are we on? Everybody on board? Everybody sound-wise with us? Fine? Okay, great. You can...
Adjust the volumes here.
A little bit? Yeah. But Emeka is also going to control the volume to a certain extent because of this experience. Because what are we going to do?
I'm going to transport you over 6,000 kilometers from here to Lagos, Nigeria. The whole idea, we're talking about sound of cities, and the whole idea is to immerse you as much as possible. But we're also going to go through this journey using music that I made from the sound of Lagos that I recorded. So it's going to like weave in at the beginning and also end. A lot of the sound you're going to hear were used on my first album, Beyond the Yellow Haze. So that's what we're going to kick off with, basically.
Okay, and before we start listening, why sound? What does that tell you that other senses don't?
I think when I discovered working with sound, there was really no other media that kind of transported someone. You know, like I could be in my kitchen in Berlin, put on my headsets, then I'm back in Lagos with my eyes closed. It's something that I felt so powerful. It was immersive, it was transportive, and I started working with it for a very long time now. But I think it's coming up with a serious challenge with the olfactory. I started working with the olfactory recently.
Smells.
What you can smell.
Yeah.
And I don't want to judge between the two now, but I'm leaning towards one more than the other these days.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, people online, I hope you have your headphones by now, so we can get started. I'll let you...
I'll say something quickly. Throughout this journey, we may also be talking. The whole idea is to be able to kind of have this conversation in the middle of a Lagos bus station. So I'm going to take you through Lagos bus station, markets, and some streets. And maybe we're also still having this conversation. Let's see how it works. If you can close your eyes, that could be nice too, if you wish. And you can adjust the volume on your set if you think it's too loud. And just to say something quickly to you, the music that comes with the sound was recorded during a rainy day, and I was under a shelter while I was doing the recording. I mean, sorry to wake you up a bit, but the sound will still be going on while we're talking, and I hope it wouldn't be so distracting for you. The location for what you just heard, it's a typical Lagos bus station, and the notable sounds here are like vehicles, the horns. You're hearing the hawkers. You know, they carry their goods on their head. They are calling out their wares, whatever they're selling. Imagine this sea of yellow buses with so many people navigating this space at the same time. Everyone wants to be heard. The bus conductor is calling out the bus routes of where they are going, because many of these buses are kind of old and they don't have a visual signifier of their direction. So you really have to like listen and hear the bus conductor call out where it's heading to. So the location is a bus station. There's a lot going on here. There are many layers. There are also like people selling bootleg CDs, so they'll play music. So it's really this cacophony going on. So when it comes to listening to urban spaces, there's really no, say like a particular sound that you're saying, oh, we can summarize the sound of a city to be like, because every neighborhood sounds different, you know, but when you talk about soundscape, it's really about different sounds coming together and merging as one. You have, it's classified under different aspects, like for example, there's the anthropophony, which is the sound that humans make and machines make, everything humans build. You know, there's biophony, and this is a sound from nature, you know, when you hear vocalizations of animals, and there's geophony, and this is sound from weather elements and stuff like that. So this all come together to assemble to what we listen around our environment and what makes our environment.
And is what we are listening to now one stretch of recording, or have you been putting it together, sampling it, laying layer over layer?
It's not so many layers, but it's not one stretch of recording, but different recordings from different bus stations, or like this particular bus stations, all placed on top of each other. But this is a typical way this thing can sound.
Yeah.
You know, in Lagos we do not have. You know, here it's more kind of like governed by the law. The kind of sounds you express, you're allowed to make. You're not going to use your car horns anyhow. But in Lagos we do. We also can party on the street. We can throw loud parties, and neighbors don't call police because the police will actually get you arrested for calling them to disrupt a party. So you don't. What you do is, if you can't sleep, you invite yourself to the party, you know. So the sound is going on continuously. There's also the sound of power generators. We do have power cuts. In that way, you can tell which of your neighbors are in town just by listening to different orchestra of power generators in one flat and stuff like that. So sound plays, you know, like sound is really significant in a city like Lagos.
Yeah, it teaches you a lot, both about sociology, history, and life, day-to-day life.
Anthropology, basically.
Yeah.
Because I didn't grow up in
It's
Lagos.
like a newspaper as well.
Totally.
Describe it.
I mean, when you say newspaper, it's interesting. When you get into these small vans, like, you know, they move around the city everywhere, and this is the most popular means of public transportation. They are called downfall buses. They are these Volkswagen Vanagon painted yellow with 2 black stripes. You know, inside these buses, sitting about like 16 people or something like that. Space, there's nothing like that bubble where you create your own space. It becomes like this mobile community, you know. If you want to hear what's going on in the city, it's been discussed there. Football is discussed, politics especially. So it's a mobile newspaper, it's a mobile village square moving from one stop to the other.
Yeah.
It becomes where you can actually pose a question and you have like 15 people trying to answer your question at the same time. So it's really a fascinating small mobile space. You know?
Is this a fascination for sound, and particularly for the sound of the city of Lagos, that you had from the moment that you left and that you looked at and listened to the city from outside, or were you always attuned to the importance of sound like that?
I wasn't always in tune to this. You know, like when you live in this space, you get used to it. You actually take it for granted in many ways. You don't see that as a big deal, let's put it like that. You know, people are trying to get from point A to the other, so they are not so much, you know, trying. I mean, we sort of filter sound. You are looking out for specific things you want to hear. Like if I want to go to a certain direction and get into this bus station, I'm listening to a certain route and I head towards the bus. You know, but for me, this whole journey started in 2008 after spending time in Fayum, Egypt, where I attended a media academy and the focus was on sound. It basically gave me that opportunity to sort of listen to the environment, open my ears. You know, I'm used to when you talk about sound, like sound being like music. I mean, in Nigeria, when I say I'm a sound artist, people still, you know, ask me if I make, you know, I'm a musician. They think you're a musician, but this is what I was used to till I attended this workshop where the focus was specifically on sound, recording and working with the sound. Coming back to Lagos, I sort of heard things differently. I was sort of, you know, more aware of the environmental sound. But it actually took, because I didn't know what to do with this till after a couple of months down the line. A friend of mine that lived in another city was visiting Lagos, and he didn't want me to know. He wanted to find out if I was in town. He wanted to surprise me. And he called me over his phone, and after a while, I'm like, are you in Lagos? He's like, oh, how do you know? You know, like, I didn't want to let you know immediately. But, you know, that sort of became a trigger for me that, okay, there could be something unique or different through this, and maybe what I learned in Egypt will be put into use by trying to record and listen. And this is really how I jumped out there and started recording, coming back to my studio to listen, and then you hear things differently.
Yeah.
You know, these bus conductors, they sort of like create a freestyle where they call out these routes. It becomes so interesting that maybe you miss what they're saying if you don't pay attention well. So, but when I'm in the quiet of my studio without any stress and not moving, plugging my headphones, I heard the city differently.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because now we are choosing to listen to it, to really pay attention to it.
Yeah.
But
Small
often
listening.
people in a city will just, like you say, shut off and try to block it because it's too overwhelming, because it's too stressful to an extent. Can you relate?
Yes. I mean, sound in many ways contribute to our stress level. You know, in Lagos, we are really hyper. We don't need coffee. You know, by the time you go through this every day to work and stuff like that, we don't need coffee. You already charged up for the day. You know, you're good to go. So, but for sure, decibels of sound do affect our mental health and our health in general. And, you know, people would tend to filter or block stuff. This we'll also talk about down the line in terms of what the future of cities will sound with. I remember when I've you know, like visiting Europe is different from when you start living in Europe, because mentally you make that shift. When I started that, I couldn't really sleep because it was just too quiet. I was living in...
Too quiet?
Of course. I was living in the west part of Berlin, where it's mostly like older people. This is Wilmersdorf and stuff like that. And you could barely hear anything. So I was really disoriented. Of course,
unsettled.
So I ended up either listening to music or playing the soundscapes. That was really how I adjusted. And most of the day I'm spending time in Kreuzberg, where there's more energy and sound. So yes, we get attuned to certain levels of things that if you have to go to Lagos, you probably will not sleep because the sound doesn't stop.
It's too present.
It's too loud, it's too present.
Yeah.
It's either, I mean, you may not hear the traffic all the time, but then if there's power cut, you're going to hear the generator. There's probably a church having a night vigil all night that will bombard you with their sound. So for you, you may not sleep, but we sort of get used to it and our brain sort of filter things or, you know.
Yeah. And I'm also wondering, you were a beautiful sight with your eyes closed. Thank you for taking that leap of faith, because, I mean, we're among strangers here and still everybody did it. It was a beautiful sight. But I wonder, when you close your eyes listening to the soundscape you made, of course, do you always see the same, or do you not always see, or how does that change your reaction in other sensual ways to the sound?
It's really funny how it works for me now. I mean, I know the sound. I've probably listened to the sound many times, but every time there's almost like something new that happens. Also, this change in your body, you know, like sound is very immersive. And you get to a certain point where, I mean, it happened to me in such a way that I can almost like smell the station that I was recording. I can tell you how hot in the day it was depending on my movement. If I'm really quick with moving around, it's really hot. I'm trying to get to a shade. It brings back a lot of emotional response for me, not just what I hear, what I smell, almost like what I feel. And even sometimes to what you taste. You know, there's a certain dust in the air or exhaust fumes. Your brain remembers all this and it takes you through that whole process.
When you put it like that, actually we humans are going through life in a very poor dimensional way. I wouldn't say one-dimensional way, but because if you describe the smell, the taste, if you take the time and allow your body to wake up to all of that, I mean, we would be totally different.
Because most times for us it's ocular. It's really what we see. That is what supersedes every other sense.
Visual,
the visual
light.
part of it. But when you think about it, actually your sense of hearing developed earlier than your sense of visual. You start hearing, I think, after the first trimester in the womb, much later before you start seeing. But once we pop out of the womb, the energy is all on what we see. So yes, I wouldn't say we experience things like one-dimensionally, because a lot of these experiences are also subconscious.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you say you miss a place, it doesn't necessarily, you know, most times we think about what we see. Oh, look at this. But honestly, when it comes down to what you hear, even if it's subconscious, even what you smell, even if it's subconscious. When I set up an olfactory installation with a certain kind of smell that could trigger your childhood memories, it takes you back there.
Yeah.
You know, then the visuals start happening and not the other way around. You may not be able to go back to the kitchen where you were a toddler because maybe it doesn't exist anymore, it has changed. But just the smell or the sound could do that before you start kind of visualizing everything. Yeah.
And you've now allowed us into this soundscape. How far can you take, or do you want to explore sound as a way of changing the world, changing things? I know you took it into the beer world.
I mean, there are so many applications for sound. Yes, I took it into the beer world, and I will just quickly explain this. 2017, I was invited to be part of a Monster Sculpture project. And I remember coming from Lagos and working with the sound of Lagos. I'm like, okay, for Monster Sculpture, I would like to do something with Lagos. But when I was in Munster, I discovered that there was a grave of Moondog, who is this very famous American composer that suddenly went off the map, but people didn't know he lived in Munster and died in Munster and was buried in Munster. So I thought that would be a very interesting story that I'm not going to miss for Munster Sculpture. So I did a work based on that. But then how do I bring in Lagos? How do I kind of create something that reflects on Munster and Lagos? I worked with a Good House Brewery to now design a beer which reflected Munster. Munster has this over 4-kilometer promenade of lime tree that during the summer, or like when they're in bloom, it smells like lime flower trees. You know, whenever I smell that, I remember Munster. So we created a beer having that flavor, using honey made from Munster, because when you talk about like a site-specific taste, honey I find is very site-specific. The beers gather the nectar from flowers around that area and make honey with it, so it has this taste of the site there. So we made this beer, but how do we now bring Lagos into it? So we set up transducers on the fermentation tank of this beer, fermentation tank. And throughout the fermentation process, it was vibrating to the sound of Lagos. The yeast were agitated to the sound of Lagos. That was how we brought the sound of Lagos there. So yes, I do think about a lot of sound, and really right now I'm thinking about what future cities will sound. Not just me, a lot of people around the world and architects. Everyone is really thinking about cities of tomorrow and what they could probably sound like.
And can you engineer the sound of a city, do you think? Or do we have to compensate the impact of the visual in some way? Can it go together? How
I think everything has to come together in that sense, because now we're leaning towards having quieter cities. You know, already the vehicle industry, automobile industry are doing that by electric cars.
Yeah.
A lot of the sound we hear from traffic are mostly from combustion engine, right? So now with electric cars, they are super silent, which became a problem because people don't hear it coming. So now the EU laws sort of like, the cars have to like create an acoustic for the car, so to give a warning that they are coming. So,
it's a bit a roundabout way of thinking about it.
Exactly, but yeah, cities are supposed to get more silent because, like I said at the beginning, the decibel levels could affect our stress levels, and they're trying to now sort of compensate that with architects are looking at materials that could either probably absorb more sound, or materials that could, you know, when you look at the setting frequencies of wavelength, maybe it sort of reduces or blocks it completely. You know, roads will lean more on porous asphalts to reduce the sound of the tire on them. I'm sure along the line there will be more technologies to maybe zero it out, but basically it's leaning towards silence or quieter cities, all in the name that we just need to be less stressed out and stuff like that, not having intrusive sounds. So there are many applications where this could head towards.
But then, having had this experience or still being in Lagos, wouldn't we also lose something?
I think a city should sound like a city, you know, honestly, because I have a problem when it's like super silent, as I said at the beginning.
Said, yeah.
You know, if you want silence, go ahead with it. But I think, I'm a big fan of technology. I think technology will get us there. There's a lot of hearables now existing. You know, it was normally kind of aligned for people with hearing impediment, but now these hearables tend to like kind of curate our city experiences where sound can be adjusted. You know, it can have more reverberation if you want, it could have more warmth, it could have less volumes. So I think technology will sort of get us there. People are already moving around the city with their earbuds, listening to music. I think with time or down the line in the future, we can really curate our city experiences. There are certain technologies that let the GPS, your GPS location activate sounds. It could be storytelling. I see where all these things sort of come together to enhance our experience of the city. So you curate your city experience yourself. You know, the harm here is where people could get a bit too distracted and not see the, you know, not hear the alert sounds that alert us to accidents. Also information, but I think technology can do that where it will make that decision for us, or like alert us in time or protect us. But I find that very interesting. And what is cool about that is if it does happen, you still have that choice to wear it or not. You know, if you want to have a more immersive or interesting experience of a place, you can throw that into yeah.
We have left Lagos by now. I have a suggestion. We're running out of time, but I'm going to ignore this for a moment. Let's just shut our eyes for 1 more minute and listen to what we hear, and then round off. Is that okay for you?
No problem.
Happy?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
You can also listen to your environment if you want.
Exactly,
You
yeah.
know, take off the headset if you want to hear and pay attention to what's going on around you.
All the voices. 1 minute. And welcome back. I'm never going to be in Gare Maritime in the same way again, nor in Lagos. Emeka Ogbo, thank you so much for being here with us and taking us on that wonderful journey.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back. I hope you had a nice lunch. Welcome back, everybody at home. Here at the Gare Maritime, we're ready for another panel discussion. I don't know if you share this feeling, but sometimes in history, time moves faster than at other times in history. And the moment we are living now can be experienced, is experienced, I think, by many as moving too fast, too difficult, too much at once. And that lived reality and or feeling, if you like, sometimes translates in frustration, in political extremism, in particular kinds of nationalism. And the question then arises, what is the EU's answer to that? Can a European Union offer a tangible, fitting answer to worries, anxieties, realities, problems of its citizens, while at the same time upholding its ideal of unity in diversity? And more particularly in line with what we're discussing here during the New European Bauhaus Festival, what role can art, technology and architecture play in those answers, assuming those answers are out there somehow? Those are some of the questions that will be addressed by the high-level panel of this session that is going to start right now. Dr. Nicholas Maak is here again as a facilitator and moderator. You know him of the Culture and Arts supplement of the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, but he's also an academic expert in architecture himself, of course. Voila, that's all from me for now. Dr. Maak, the floor is yours. Enjoy.
Thank you so much. Welcome to this panel here in the Gare Maritime in Brussels. I'm very happy to host this panel and moderate it. Also welcome to all those who watch us on screen. This is a very exciting moment for me because we have three experts here on the stage who will talk with you about the question of what architecture, technology and art could contribute in a situation that is always described as a situation of crisis, but that also holds many chances and possibilities. And I'm very happy to introduce the three of you here on stage, starting with Francesca Bria. She is the president of the Italian Innovation Fund, the board member of the Italian broadcaster Rai, and she led, which is very interesting, the Decode project on data sovereignty in Europe, and we're going to talk about that in a minute, why it's so important to talk about reclaiming data and why data is actually what is described as the fuel and the basis, economic basis of all future endeavors, including the ecological change of Europe, but also the development of a digital democracy. So very happy to have you here. You were also the founder of the City Coalition for Digital Rights, an interesting platform backed by the United Nations to promote a more, let's say, people-oriented form of digital transformation. You played an important role in that. You are a member of the high-level roundtable, as it's called, of the New European Bauhaus. And among all these things, you were also the Chief Digital Technology and Innovation Officer for the city of Barcelona. And I mention that here because it was the first time that I personally understood what all these phrases of digital transformation and ecological change and people's participation could actually mean in real policy, and how they could lead to a tangible change in the way we live in a European city. So I'm very happy to talk with you about the role of data for new forms of governance, which you experimented with in Barcelona, in a minute. But first I want to introduce the second speaker on this podium, Rem Koolhaas, who is known as an architect and founder of OMA, Architectural Office, but also as a writer and a thinker whose books from Delirious New York to SML-XL influenced generations of architects and intellectuals way beyond the realm of architecture. Rem has introduced a new methodology to the field of architecture. He has often challenged discipline's dominant narratives, last time with his show called Countryside, the Future, where I also had the pleasure to be part of, where he questioned the dominant focus of architects and planners on the city as the only space where the future could happen. So he worked since 10 years on developing a whole new narrative about also the potential of non-urban spaces and what we still frame as the countryside, which of course plays a big role if we talk about the future of the planet, because like 98% of the planet's surface are non-urban environments. Some of his buildings, like the public library in Seattle, have done no less than change the course of the discipline and also our idea of what a public space could be in the future. And I think this capacity is even more needed today when, as a consequence of digitalization and especially after COVID, the way we use the city is radically changing to a point where we have to ask what we will actually do in the city when shopping malls are dying because we shop online and office towers are emptying because companies find it more profitable to encourage remote work. So most smart city concepts have no answers to that fundamental question. They propose electric and connected cars and bikes to commute to the city center, but they don't have an idea what we could do there in these city centers after the end of shopping and work as we know it. So it's very important, and I'm very happy to discuss here with two experts who have been very skeptical with the terminology of the smart city and who propose both different forms of what could be the public life of the future in the space where public life can happen in the future. And this leads me to a third expert on the panel on technology, art, and architecture. I'm very happy to introduce you to Hans-Ulrich Obrist, who is a curator, a critic, an art historian, and one of the most enthusiastic persons, I would say, in the art world I know. He is a tireless explorer who makes groundbreaking exhibitions, publishes fascinating books on art, on curating, but most importantly on cultural phenomena like the extreme self, which is the title of one of his last books, a cooperation with Douglas Coupland and Shimon Bazar. Hans-Ulrich invented new exhibition formats on planes, in kitchens and opera stages, spaces where you never have seen art before. In that form, he turned interviews into an own marathonic art form, and he sparked the rediscovery of thinkers like Edouard Glissant. He is also the artistic director of the Serpentine Pavilion, who just opened its temporary summer pavilion by Theater Gates this week, so I'm very happy that you made it here. I want to start, as I announced, this discussion with a question to Francesca and talk about the Decode in Barcelona, because it really changed the way we frame town planning. And I think it was the most radical change in the way we think about designing a city and running a city. So maybe you could explain to the audience what brought you, who holds a PhD in innovation technology, to become kind of a town planner.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. And it is a great pleasure to be here. Very, very happy with this great panel. I feel we have been collaborating for years, actually, in this panel, because we have some kind of, I think, common project in the making. So let's maybe contextualize Barcelona a bit before I answer to your question. That was 5 years ago, I think, it was 2015, when the mayor of Barcelona, Ada Colau, the first female mayor, was elected. And she radically changed politics because she was coming from a citizen movement, a citizen platform, and she was elected to become the first female mayor due to large-scale citizen participation. And when she became mayor, she said, I want to propose a very social agenda, and I want to reshape the city for the people. And then she called me. I was in London at that time working for the UK Innovation Agency. And she gave me a task that I really liked, and that's why I decided to join her. And it was, Francesca, you should come with us in Barcelona, and you should be able to explain the smart city to my mother. Because I don't want it to be about technology. I want it to be about changing her life and changing the city. And I thought, yes, this is the challenge I want. And that was a time, if you remember, after it was in Spain, there was a very big citizen movement that was a bit fed up with politics at that time. I think we saw that experiment as an answer to the possible rise of populism and right-wing extremism in Europe. And the answer was not less democracy, so not more authoritarianism, but more democracy. And so I think the first thing for me, it was to show that the technology agenda has nothing to do with technology, but it should start with people, and it should give concrete answers to how we're going to change society and the city. And so we started from large-scale participation. So I think Barcelona became this experiment of participatory democracy. 400,000 citizens engaged with the policy agenda. 70% of the action plan of the city of Barcelona came directly from citizens.
And can you maybe explain how it came? Because it's very interesting to understand that this was not a bureaucratic effort, but people could react very quickly, even with their mobile phones.
So it was a hybrid between citizens' participation in the squares and in the streets, which I think then resulted in one of the most interesting urban experiments, which is now being implemented in Barcelona, which is the Superblock. That's really about radical answer to climate change, the ecological crisis, reclaiming public space and turn it into green space with a new kind of social infrastructures for people. And so there was this large-scale participation in the streets. I did 1 year of like citizen engagement, like really citizen assemblies. And then we were using technology. We brought civic hackers in the town halls, people I was collaborating with, building democratic technological tools. And we built a platform that's called Decidim Barcelona. And this is basically built with ethics, security, privacy, and democracy in mind. So it's a platform owned by the city of Barcelona. It's not owned by a big tech company. And we enable people to participate. So it's a hybrid between participatory democracy online and offline. I think when you hear about digital democracy, do not believe that's Facebook democracy. You do not solve complex problems by clicking. So it was completely against technological solutionism. And it was really trying to engage people on things that matter to them. So the problems were affordable housing, the energy transition, more green space, education, jobs. I mean, we started from that. We didn't start from technology.
And it's also important to know that you didn't start from scratch because there was already an implemented system full of problems. And one of the problems was, as in any modern city, that many facilities were in the hand of private companies. And Barcelona especially had a big problem with platforms like Uber and Airbnb. And so you did very nicely, presented it as an innovation, but it was a revolution what you did, because no other city had ever tried to tackle the power of these private companies, because many city governments say there's nothing we can do, this is how the world functions today, and you questioned that narrative and you developed a different narrative with the help of hackers and coders. And maybe you can say a word also about your heroic fight against platforms that basically destroy all benign government efforts.
Yeah, the Robin Hood, or no, the Goliath versus David versus Goliath. Yeah, no, I think first of all, that was a very important part of communicating what's happening with data and platforms to normal people. So they weren't really, I mean, maybe in Germany, people care a bit more about information self-determination and their privacy. But all around the world, you know, if you want to explain what's the impact of tech to people, and you start with privacy, people go like, I mean, this is really not my problem, you know. And so we wanted to start with affordable housing and public transportation. And that's something, well, in Barcelona, that was like the reason why Ada Colau became the mayor. So everybody understood that the business model of Airbnb was an obstacle to extending the public housing policy, affordable housing policy. And so they started to, you know, to want to know more about how this platform works. And we had to explain, well, look, you know, it's a black box, so we can't really see what goes in and out, so we can't really inspect the algorithms, and we can't explain you why your short-term housing price is going up the roof. But it has to do with that business model also, of course, also. And so people starting engaging in a conversation about the importance of affordable public housing and public transportation system. And we then connected to the question of algorithmic transparency, the question of data, as you said, as the fuel of the digital economy. And I think the other big part of what we started to call digital sovereignty, and we didn't really mean state sovereignty, we meant popular sovereignty. I mean, we meant that citizens need to have more control over their data and more control over technology, because this has an impact on welfare, education, housing, their life in the city, and so on. And so we built things like Decode, which is a decentralized, privacy-enhancing platform built with cryptography and distributed ledger technology, blockchain. I mean, at that time, blockchain wasn't that popular. So we started coding 2012, and there were only the kind of hackers playing with these tools. Now it became a big thing, and crypto money is everywhere. But when we started this experiment, it was not very used, and definitely not by public administration.
I think that was the big revolutionary gesture, to say we reclaim data, because data becomes almost the only economic foundation of all the good plans we have. And if we give away the data, we give away the possibility of governance. That was basically something that was discovered and discussed first in Barcelona, thanks to Francesca. As you described, this fight between the state trying to get back authority over these topics and private industry taking over more and more areas of public welfare. And I think we cannot stress enough how dramatic this situation is. In many American towns, the whole security, the welfare state questions are all run by private companies. So basically the city governments have handed over control to private companies, and it's private companies who steer the destiny of the people due to their own commercial interests. So that's why it's so important what you did, and so important that you stress the importance of regaining data. And maybe you can, just as a last, before we move over to our fellow panelists, because I think it was so telling to display the dramatic situation, is to describe what happened to your coders. Because when you told me about them, you thought these are finally European idealists who work on a better society. So what happened to them?
Yeah, nice. Yeah. Thanks for the question. And then I want to say a small thing to pass it on to Ram. And if there is anyone from the Commission in the room, I'm sure. Because we funded these coders. They were from UCL, but the UK was still fully in Europe at that point. And we funded these coders, the computer science department in UCL, with very good cryptographers for 3 years, with Horizon 2020 money, so public R&D money from the EU. And the call that we answered was data sovereignty for Europe. It was the first call that the European Commission put out. I mean, now we have it very written in the Data Governance Act and in all the digital agenda of the EU. It wasn't the case at that time. So we mobilized this team to give back sovereignty of data to citizens. And then 2 years and a half into the project, Facebook got to the team, and they took them all to Palo Alto to build Libra, their cryptocurrency. So the first rollout of Libra was built with the technology made in Europe, funded by European citizens, and the cryptographic protocol, Coconut, it was created during Decode. I just want to say a small thing to connect to Ram, that for me also the public value of data and the importance of data for democracy is also, for example, if you look at this other project in Barcelona, the Superblock, which is this planning process where we are closing entire neighborhood from cars. So they are removing cars from the city center and build new green spaces, new bicycle lanes, and new social activities for people. if there is no data to measure what you're doing, to assess the impact of your policies before you do them and after, to explain to people how the city is transforming for the better, you can't actually do those massive, large-scale projects. So this is the public value of data that we needed to fight against climate change, to make our cities greener, and for many other things.
And so basically, you see that there was a big chance, and the big chance has been stopped at some moment because Europe has nothing to offer that compares apparently to the attractiveness of the Silicon Valley for some of these coders. But of course, it's not a hopeless situation. So one of the
working on it.
One of Europe's problems is this. Another problem of the EU has always been a lack of, let's say, tangible experience what Europe could be. And you could almost describe the EU like an oxygen. You only feel what it brings to you when it vanishes, like in the case of the Brexit, right? But when it's there, you never know what is the EU, how does it feel, what does it do for me, and how could we really turn the EU from a concept to something that can be lived. And REM has a long-standing engagement with the European Union and has developed numerous solutions and proposals. And I'm very happy to talk with you about your European involvement and also the question of what kind of typologies in new spaces we could imagine in that moment that can not only be described as a moment of crisis, but also as a moment of chance and transition. So I'm happy to hand over the screen to you.
Thank you. Can I have the first slide? Basically, we have been talking before, and I'm kind of focusing now on data and on the architecture of data, and kind of revealing, a number of projects that were kind of related to it. But I want to start with this one. This was the signing of the Treaty of Rome in '57, and basically 2 years later, in '59, the first pan-European artistic movement started. And Nicholas was talking about the EU as oxygen, and I think this is a kind of very clear demonstration of that kind of oxygen. That kind of basically artists react in 2 years after simply stimulated by this proposition. I also want to talk, I'm a convinced European, or rather an incurable European. And this is one of the reasons. This is Mitterrand and Kohl in '84. And this is in the same year, Thatcher and Reagan. And my sympathies are on the kind of previous slide and not on this slide, because I think there's a kind of serious amount of damage that has been kind of inflicted on us by this pair. Nicholas and I have worked on an exhibition, Countryside. And in the context of the exhibition, we encountered all kinds of issues, of course. One of the important issues, maybe most suggestive issues, is that we feel that it's crucial that Europe kind of establishes very creative kind of connections and very deliberate connections and very eager connections with Africa, because that is kind of, for the time being, probably a very important part of what Europe could be and what Africa could be, maybe even a hybrid between the two. But I want to talk about data. This is a virgin area in Nevada, and it is being sold to huge companies. And basically those huge companies are placing in this incredibly beautiful landscape larger and larger entities, and the companies are, of course, Facebook, Google, Amazon, and in this particular case, Tesla with Battery Factory. What is amazing is that in terms of architecture, these are completely inert, abstract boxes that don't reveal what is going on in them, even though the process is very kind of sophisticated. And in terms of architecture, they're also revolutionary because they're fundamentally hostile to human entry. This is one of the things. And they're kind of incredibly kind of guarded by military guards that in many cases actually carry kind of weapons. And of course, that kind of hostility has never previously existed in architecture. But the irony is that kind of in terms of visual effects, they're unbelievably beautiful spaces. and beautiful spaces because they're dedicated to new abstract processes, and they don't have to deal with all the kind of inheritance of humanism that architecture has been carrying for kind of very long time. So basically for that reason I've been intrigued by them, kind of thinking about how could we kind of make them kind of slightly more interesting, maybe by stacking them, maybe by kind of adding some kind of monuments to them. And this is maybe the most crucial things we could do, making them public and making them inviting, making them kind of relate to the outside world, and basically making them accessible and making them kind of part of daily life. In retrospect, one project that I did in 89, as part of when the wall fell, as part of a kind of potentially new Europe, was a very big library in Paris. And I'm still proud of the definition of that project because I interpreted the library as a solid block of information. And in that sense, I would say it was a kind of prototype of a data center even before that word was coined. And so you can consider this as a kind of European data kind of center. And you could kind of basically imagine that instead of books, libraries, kind of movies, this would be a place where any European could kind of interact with the data that have been accumulated for them, about them, and any other kind of relevant interaction. And so we've been kind of looking, and this is where the kind of border between architecture as a real thing or architecture as a kind of virtual thing is, of course, diffuse. This could be, you could imagine that a European data center could be inserted, for instance, in a kind of temple near Naples, a Greek temple. The Greeks kind of basically put it there, you know, almost in the middle of nowhere as a kind of assertion of Greek values. You could imagine kind of more or less the same thing kind of happening now, assertion of kind of European values. Or, and this is a kind of building that still exists in Rome, the Roman Senate, where so many important, crucial decisions were taken. Maybe that could be kind of also kind of turned into a kind of data center or a place where you interact with data in the Roman Forum itself. Or, and this is one of the kind of holiest places, of course, of modern architecture, Mises Museum in kind of Berlin, an empty box which could be a data center, but which in a kind of more intelligent way, you could also imagine that a data center doesn't need necessarily to be only about data. It could also be about art, or art can also be interpreted as data, so that you create kind of new combinations of old worlds. So that is kind of basically a number of speculations about this issue of how can data be made public.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think this is also a crucial moment because clearly data centers are the biggest buildings of our time, bigger than skyscrapers, just horizontal and almost invisible. But while being invisible, with a reason, the content influences our lives more than anything else. So I think it's, when we talk about the question, what could be a public space of the future, it's very important to think about this moment. And as in the 70s, the Centre Pompidou was a reaction to an endeavor to bring culture and education to the whole population, not reduce it to an elitist group who has access to it. It's the same urgency today to make people understand what data could do for them, how they could use their data. And I think it's always dangerous to claim that everything is in the metaverse and in virtual space, and it would be nostalgic to insist on sitting together in a physical space. I think the opposite is true. If you have a building like that in the center of a city that makes also visibly digital life part of your daily life, then people will finally understand that pressing the accept all button is not a solution to stay sovereign and to not become a digital colony of private companies or the Silicon Valley. So I think it's a very important, if we talk about public space, it's important to understand that public space could mean something else in and with a building like this. And of course, I think that is one of the crucial questions we have to ask here when we talk about the new European Bauhaus. The question also at the original Bauhaus was, what could actually be public life beyond the forms of public life we know? And you see all the disappointing architectures where you create a piazza that looks like a Roman piazza and one cafe and social housing around, and it looks very dead in the end. Everybody says, okay, this is not a solution. And it's also not a solution because no one thought about what people actually do, how they spend their day, how they want to live together, how they want to combine work and life. And of course, the combination of how we work and how we live is an ecological topic. And you can, I think, avoid a lot of car traffic, of commuting if you build intelligent architectures. But you also have to ask axiomatic question of what are people actually doing? And then one answer is gaming. And everybody who hears gaming thinks, oh no, the youth is lost, they vanish in their games, they should go out and play football. And then you have all this like conservatism turned against the idea of gaming. And so I was very happy and intrigued when I saw Hans Ulrich's show in Düsseldorf on gaming, because walking through it and walking and seeing the reaction of artists to the world of gaming, you could understand that gaming can be much more than an endangered young person retiring in his room and doing violent things online. So I'm very happy to have you reflect upon what could be a new form of public life that is involved and deals with gaming, and that could, of course, be integrated in that planned idea of a public server farm that is not only a reservoir and a display of the biggest treasure we have in our time, but also a platform for a new form of public life. So, Hans-Ulrich, maybe you might say a word about it.
Yeah, thank you, Niklas, and thank you, Francesca and Rem. It's so exciting to be here with all of you. And yeah, it's indeed, I think, directly connected to what both Rem and Francesca said. It's a question of data, how that also connects to art. I had a conversation recently at DLD in Munich with Maria Gabriel, connected actually to the new European Bauhaus, where she talked about the idea of a bridge, bridging the world of art, science, technology. And that's, of course, very much what's happening now with the younger generation of artists working with gaming. I think the key question, looking at Rem's amazing presentation, I kind of thinking, it's, of course, also the question of a new institution. And I think the question is, can we network, what Ben Vickers always says, can we network an existing institution? That's something we try to do at the Serpentine, the artistic director of the Serpentine, and we try to network this institution with a lot of digital projects. And that, of course, means that we go away from a restrictive kind of binary of physical and digital, that it's a kind of a holistic approach. The physical gallery is no longer the only host, but it's a kind of a node, or it's an aspect of a larger web. And I mean, recently we did an exhibition on gaming, and this exhibition had 140 million visitors online. And many, many million people who have never been to a museum all of a sudden came to the physical space. But then, of course, it also raises the issue, thinking about Rem's idea of a data center as an institution, the European institution, of a new institution. And there, of course, we have an amazing model with John Littlewood and Cedric Price of the Fun Palace. They worked with cybernetics, and they thought about a new institution from scratch. You could choose, actually, in that sense, there, as communities to come together and bring art and science together. And the question is always, do we build a new institution? And probably the question is both. We have to network existing institutions and build new institutions. Now, in 2021, 2.8 billion people, that's a third of the world population, played video games. So that means that a niche pastime has become the biggest mass phenomenon of our time. Many people spend hours every day in this parallel world, and in a way, video games are to the 21st century what maybe movies are to the 20th and novels to the 19th century. Now, it's interesting that traditionally, video games were created by a small and very insular group of people coming from the world of engineering with a very limited perspective. And this is now changing because of the access many people have to game engine, to the tools. So artists actually are increasingly able to invent their own games. And Anna Antropy anticipated that already 10 years ago, but it's now becoming a reality. When in Rise of the Video Game Dynasties, she wrote, what I want from video games is a plurality of voices. I want games to come from a wider set of experiences and present a wider range of perspectives. I can imagine, and you are all invited to imagine with me, a world in which digital games are not manufactured for the same small audience, but one in which games are authored by you and me for the benefit of our peers. And that, of course, means that in a very important way, we have a sort of a polyphony or an archipelago of game. We don't have a sort of a monopoly. It goes very much back also to what Francesca was talking about, the idea of basically giving games back to the people. Most of these artist games we are showing are actually open source. Artists resisting the commercialization in terms of the internet. And of course, many of them are multiplayer games. And that leads to the kind of second part I wanted to talk about here. Niklas asked me to talk a little bit about Édouard Glissant. I think that Édouard Glissant is in many ways the most important thinker and philosopher. Here is another game, actually connected also to the environment and to ecology, which is also, of course, an important aspect of many of these games. The Institute for Queer Ecology also connecting it also to utopia. And Édouard Glissant, we have here Julie Meritus homage to him, and different artists homage to him, talked about the archipelago. He's a philosopher from Martinique who lived in Paris big parts of his life, and he was always saying that the archipelago is extremely important because it was there that actually the idea of creolization, the blend of cultures, was most brilliantly fulfilled. He says the continents reject mixings. And I was thinking, listening to both of your presentations, in a way, monopolies of data are kind of continents. They are continental, homogenizing, often also in that sense oppressive entities. And so the Glissantian idea of an archipelago is super interesting in relation also to data, because in a way the archipelagic thought, Glissant said, makes it possible to say that actually neither each person's identity nor the collective identity are fixed and established once and for all. So in a way, I can change through the exchange with the other without losing or diluting my sense of self. And that's kind of what archipelagic thought can teach us. And that's, of course, makes it very relevant beyond data, just for the world and for the 21st century, because we live, of course, in a world of globalization where homogenized forces of globalization lead to extinction and lead to an ecological disaster and lead to the extinction also of many cultural phenomena. But at the same time, and Glissant was the philosopher who actually anticipated that since the 70s, that not only do we have this danger, but we also have the counter-reaction. We have the counter-reaction of a new form of localism, of a new form of nationalism, of a new form of lack of tolerance. And he said we need to resist both and actually find a form of mondialité. No? So out of this archipelago, he wanted to develop a mondialité, a tourbillon, a sort of a whirlpool of the all world. And that, of course, raises also the issue in a very interesting way about the local, which I think is super urgent in all these conversations. And we discussed this actually with Mantia Diawara, the filmmaker, who is also, was very close to the late Édouard Glissant. And thinking about this idea of the local brings us to the idea of being rooted in one's country, in one's continent, in one's culture, as something being very important. But it is only important as long as it actually doesn't lead to the exclusion or annihilation of other people's roots. It's only important as long as it doesn't lead to the hierarchization or election, actually, of some roots over others. So as Glissant said, we need to celebrate roots that expand elsewhere, roots actually that touch each other, so roots which are not singular roots, but roots that cover and protect some others. I think the other thing which makes Glissant very interesting, and that's the last point, is actually utopia, and the relationship he kind of defined to utopia, because in a way, Glissant was very critical of the classical utopias, such as Plato's Republic or Thomas More's Utopia, because he considered those to be static systems. So he wrote a very beautiful novel, which I always recommend, called Sartorius from 1999, where he describes the Batutu people deriving identity not at all from genealogy, but actually solely from being constantly in exchange with each other. So for him, utopia was not something static, but utopia is kind of, as you can see here, it's the tourbillon of the all world. And I think it's interesting if you think about an institution for the 21st century, and I think it's interesting also in relation to the new European Bauhaus, that it's a kind of an all world.
About Europe, decentralization has been always a very important idea, not to concentrate power in one place, but to create a network of 27 countries and many regions and areas. And so if we take the archipelago idea and connect it to the technical development, of course, the archipelago could become a mode of thinking to counteract the concentration of power in like 5 companies in the Silicon Valley who are worth more than the entire European stock market together. So could basically, and this is a question to Francesca, who is the technological expert here on the panel, could the archipelago of data distribution be a way out of Europe's very uncomfortable situation of basically being a digital colony of big companies? So could also the distribution of, let's say, server farms in local areas, in villages, in borghi, be decentralized data, be a way out of the dependency that we have today from being steered by big companies through access to data? So is the data archipelago a solution for Europe?
I mean, now I would bring in also Stefano Boeri that was here yesterday, because all the time we talk about smart cities, he goes like, this is going to be an archipelago of connected, countrysides and small borghi and cities, and we have to rethink the geographical aspect of what we're building. But let me phrase it, because I wanted to connect the dots in a different way with the question of utopia. And because, I mean, what we are discussing, not to look at too naive here, it's a big political utopia. And it's a political utopia that I think must be practiced in a way. So I like this idea looking at the European Bauhaus as these laboratories, connected, distributed laboratories of experimentation of this kind of utopia. And we had a conversation together with our friend Bernard Stiegler about reterritorialization of technology, but I do think is a political project. So I think a lot of my life has been about explaining how technology is political, because in a sense you have to rethink. Nowadays is very easy to understand it, because we are in the middle of a geopolitical crisis, of a geopolitical redefinition of where we're at in the world. And when we think about supply chains, disruption, when we think about dependency from raw materials, I mean, now we have, of course, a geopolitically induced energy price shock, but this is going together with a crisis in terms of food, raw materials. So when we speak about technology today and having the conversation in the policy space, we talk about we miss lithium, we need access to neon, we need microchips. I mean, the big act, the big European policy at the moment is the Microchip Act, because Europe needs to produce microchips and design microchips here, because also the dependency with our key industries, starting from the automobile sector, which needs, of course, to change, it's dependent on this access of raw material and rare earth, and we know how this is a geopolitical question. So you basically have to relate back technology with what's happening in the world, but also with a much more, let's say, less naive, that's connected to the idea of another globalization or rethinking globalization. I think we are at a point thinking about what we need to reshore, what we can produce locally, how we rethink about value chains and supply chains, that is really a redesigning of globalization. So I think in this sense, I'd like also to connect the server farm with decision-making, of course, meaning with democracy itself, because I think what we're saying here is that if you imagine a data farm connected to the town hall, is because we want to bring this topic back to the polis, back to society, back to where they belong. So they cannot be left out there in the data centers owned by few giant companies that are not accountable to the public. Those are topics that need a societal conversation, that has to be democratic. At least in Europe, we can strongly say so. And it is a little bit about decision making, but it is also about that's my utopia, that I always talk about, okay, what's the vision for the digital world in the future? And we are confronted with two models, right? The big tech from Silicon Valley and the big state from China, because also we have a digital authoritarianism in the making. I mean, that's not only, maybe you would say don't be dismissive with that, because actually we have to respect different cultures and so on. But the model is big state on one side and big tech on the other side. And I'm always saying we need a space beyond big tech and big state, and this is going to be big democracy, and it needs to be practiced in Europe. And this is utopic because, okay, there are a lot of obstacles to make this agenda real. And I think what we're discussing here is where to start. And let's bring back the question of ecology that you hinted at, because obviously in the, for example, Next Generation EU plan, there is a reason why the Commission has been linking the digital transition with the ecological transition and the energy transition, because they're part of the same conversation, rethinking our development model, having a conversation in a new geopolitical dimension. And when we transition to a different energy source and to a different ecological model, at the core of it, it's going to be our capacity to use technology differently, right? So I think we basically are at a point that we need more of those kind of experimentations. So my point is we're going to get here only, and that's why I like cities, because cities can be a place where those experiments happen.
And also the countryside can be maybe a space where this can happen. Maybe we can talk, Rem, briefly about this idea of the archipelago and the distribution also of technology, because Europe, of course, has a chance to reactivate certain areas that are emptying, like in East Germany, in southern Italy. And the question is, and I think that was also part of the research of the Countryside project, was how could you re-engage with the countryside, not only see it as a reservoir, but also as a space where these new forms of life can happen under certain conditions, like bringing technology to the countryside, combining even maybe a borgo with a small-scale server farm that is connected to other server farms, because there, of course, are different scales we can discuss. So what is your feeling? Is the city the only field of experimentation, or can we expand?
Well, no, obviously not. I think that we were... The Countryside exhibition kind of opened in the Guggenheim in the winter, in January, February 2020. The interesting thing is that we then, as a kind of model or as an underlying question, we're asking how can we avoid that the countryside empties and that everyone moves to the city. Now it's 3 years later, only 3 years later, and in a way the question is reversed. How can we kind of avoid that the countryside is kind of being invaded by all the other activities? And for me, that is a kind of very, very interesting situation. Because 3 years ago, we were assuming that in the end, or very soon, the current 50-50 percentage between countryside and city would maybe in 20 years turn into a kind of 20-80 situation. I'm 100% convinced that that will never happen. And that maybe, if we're lucky, we're kind of already in a kind of different situation where the countryside is gaining kind of rather than losing. And that implies immediately that the countryside needs to be taken seriously as a kind of viable way, a viable place to work, and particularly a viable place to think, because that is the irony that we simply don't think that. And of course, in the past, in Otium, every Roman didn't think in the city, but they thought on the countryside. And I think there are interesting prototypes like Sofia Antipolis, where there are very intelligent prototypes of a kind of settlement dedicated to research in idyllic situations and with very intellectual outcomes.
Yeah, so Sofia Antipolis, for those who don't know, was in France kind of a forerunner of the Silicon Valley concept to concentrate tech companies, future-oriented companies, and what we call startups today in a beautiful setting in the countryside near the Mediterranean Sea. And that was basically maybe a good way to also attract intelligent people into Europe, and maybe the European Union should also think about re-engaging with these concepts of an attractive space where mostly young inventors can go and stay in Europe. What you mentioned, Ram, was also bringing me to the question whether this whole narrative about the city being the space of future endeavors is a very European, very Western, very Northern narrative. Because if you go to many countries in Africa, there is a very leapfrog development of the countryside into a territory of digital experimentation, much better partly than in Europe. And this brings me to another question, because it was mentioned at the start of this conversation that digitalization and globalization created among many people in Europe kind of a frustration that leads to nationalism and campanilismo, and that we in a way have to save the idea of Europe. On the other hand, it's, I think, quite problematic to concentrate discourse on the future in times of globalization, of global climate crisis, on the political boundaries of Europe. And also to talk about data spaces, it would make, if I understand you rightly, Francesca, it would make much more sense to create a common data space of Europe and Africa, which of course is a utopia, but also maybe a necessity and something that urgently has to be fostered and developed. Because if we, as you frame it, have to do with big state and big tech as two opponents, then a data space between Europe and Africa could become a very powerful tool, acknowledging the very problematic and violent history of Europe and Africa, where I think Europe has to be very convincing that this time this will be a different form of cooperation than in the past. But I think, is that a necessity to take the discourse and data that we started with the server farm as a starting point, also to expand in a very Glissantian way, Hans Ulrich, to a more mundane, in the sense of Glissant, mundane way of framing also Europe, but not only Europe's future, departing from Europe?
I think there's, in the beginning of Europe, kind of very beautiful concept that there is a number of rules, and anyone who supports those rules can be part of it. And in a kind of certain way, it's totally independent of geography. And I think that if we continue to behave like that, it's not only Africa, but maybe also, if we're lucky, South America, and basically any one party who doesn't want to kind of belong to any one of the imminent blocks can be part of it. That would be wonderful and also generous.
A mega archipelago in a way.
A mega archipelago.
Francesca, what is your thought about Hans Ulrich?
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking, we're here in Brussels, and the first time I came to Brussels, when I was still a student, I actually met Ilya Prigozhin here, the late Ilya Prigozhin, and he basically wrote an extraordinary book together with the incredible Belgian philosopher Isabel Stengers. And it was an amazing book, I think very relevant for all the discussions on the new European Bauhaus, all the conversations we are having, and just this point we are discussing now, because it's a book really between a scientist and a philosopher, and it's a book about new alliances. And I think this idea of new alliances, it's very important to think that micro and macro. And the conversation just went into macro, and I think that's what Rem says is a huge potential of such new, more macroscopic alliances. But I think we should never forget to also think them every day more microscopically. And that's, of course, our friend Bernard Stiegler, whom you, Francesca, quoted before, the late Bernard Stiegler. That's what he also was saying. He was basically saying that we need to go into all kinds of communities and need to basically connect them and make unexpected alliances between them, people who otherwise wouldn't talk to each other, and that we can only solve the problems of the 21st century if we do that. And it's kind of interesting that that also connects to an old idea, actually, of the 60s of the art displacement group, which was this idea that every corporation, every company, every governmental structure would have an artist in the wider sense, a poet, a visual artist, an architect, a designer, either in residence or on the board. And I think the time has come for this idea. It kind of was an utopia in the 60s, 70s, but I think now that, particularly given the climate crisis, we all need to pivot. You know, nobody's better at pivoting than artists. So I think, yeah, it's a plaidoyer for making that a concrete utopia.
Francesca, I would love to ask you one of the last questions, because we're approaching the end of this discussion, linking the micro and the mega scale. Because I think in your work you did that too. So it was about encouraging and empowering people to use their physical surroundings in a different way and to be enabled to do that. At the same time, we understood also, again, in this conversation, that data is the key to digital sovereignty, to economic sovereignty.
Right now, and those changes obviously need to have a conversation with the global south. I mean, it needs to be, you know, we can't do it ourselves, but then the polluters are the 1% that concentrate all the wealth. I mean, this is a fact. So I think we have to deal with this huge problem. And this huge problem has to deal with, I mean, it has to confront with the thing that we need to redesign capitalism today and globalization today. And of course, yes, localism and bring it back to the daily life and to where you live. It's a good way to empower people, I think, because I think why Ursula von der Leyen had the urgency of making the new European Bauhaus the soul of the Green Deal. I think because she understood, I mean, she has great leadership in understanding that you need a grassroots movement to make it happen. It has to come from below and from the people. It cannot just be a climate law. Of course, we need good laws, and you know, this is what we're fighting now in the European Parliament, and we need, you know, and we need to make it balanced from a societal, and I mean, make it societal sustainability at the core of it, because otherwise people are not going to participate. But at the same time, this will involve a conversation that's broader than the local and needs to have this kind of institutions of the 21st century that have a new mindset about where we're going. So I always say digitization, we can't just accelerate it. It needs a direction. And this direction, I think it's social and environmental sustainability and maybe a different idea of where Europe is in the world today.
Okay, thank you so much. I think that was a beautiful way to end. And we heard, other than in many other things I had to moderate in other places where you leave the panel a bit disappointed. You say sustainable, sustainable, green, green. You never understand what it could be. In this case, it was different. We have a very precise idea how a new space for interaction and social life could look like, and how it is connected to a broader concept of a mega archipelago of digital sovereignty and what Europe's role could be in that. So we have a real outcome. I am very grateful for that very efficient conversation. I could go on for hours, but we only have 5 seconds left. So
Niklas, if you have 5 seconds, yes. Maybe have, because I had one slide where everybody would be invited to dial a telephone number and speak to the late Edouard Glissant. So if you could have that, exactly. So that was for the show at Luma in Arles with Edouard Glissant. If you dial this number, you will have Edouard Glissant with you.
Wonderful. So call Edouard Glissant. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being on the screen with us. And I hope I see you all very soon here on the stage again and in the audience. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Really good. Really good.
Thank you very much indeed, gentlemen, lady, and Niklas Maak, for this stimulating conversation. Indeed, very, very, very interesting. We say goodbye to the online audience for a while only. Be back at 2:30, please, for the next panel session. For you here, do not go anywhere, because we've got a next guest lined up for you. See you in a while.
Hold up. Pickable, I see you. Pickable, I see you.
Hello again. Welcome to you online, watching us from wherever you are. Welcome back to Gare Maritime for another panel discussion. Let me point out that after this session, the focal point of the New European Bauhaus Festival for the rest of the day will be moved to Mont des Arts, the Kunstberg at the heart of Brussels, where you are very welcome to more music and artistical productions, to an alternative guided tour of Brussels as well, highly recommended, and to a discussion on sustainable, future-proof fashion and design, fashion industry and design industry. So after this panel session, I would say move over to Mont des Arts, the Kunstberg. And of course, do not forget, you're also very welcome to engage with one another or with people who were here on stage before on the NEB online forum. Now, to this panel session. The digitalization opens up new frontiers, exciting prospects for individuals and societies alike. I think you will all agree. But as with the Western frontier, there are always those who pay a price when unknown borders are being crossed or when new territories are conquered. So the question is how to align citizens' fundamental rights with the opportunities, known and unknown, of digital technology and data gathering. A question I'm not going to answer. I would say over to the panel and to Francesca Bria, President of the Italian National Innovation Fund and member of President von der Leyen's high-level roundtable for the new European Bauhaus. So, Ms. Bria, the floor is yours. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, and welcome back. Very, very happy to chair this session on Europe's technological sovereignty and what do we need on the ground to achieve the goals of the new European Bauhaus. And I think we have 4 great panelists for this discussion, and I'm gonna try to make it of a bit high level regarding the ideas and the mission and the objectives, but also very practical, because I think everything in the spirit of the new European Bauhaus starts from below, from the grassroots, and wants to, lead projects that are real, that are feasible, that have an impact in society. And when we started this new European Bauhaus 2 years ago now, when Ursula von der Leyen in her State of the Union addressed the need for a grassroots cultural interdisciplinary movement as the soul of the Green Deal, we all started thinking, wow, what does this mean? How this is becoming real? How this is taking shape in Europe? What are the tools? What is the new educational model? What is the thinking we need to make it real for European citizens? And I think at the end, when we will end the first wave or the second wave of the new European Bauhaus projects, citizens will be able to judge if this has worked or not worked by the impact that it made for them. And also, when we think about technological sovereignty, sometimes this word is a bit abstract, and we think about technology and data as something in the cloud. And I would like to try with you to make it real, to try together to merge the ecological transition and the digital transition, and to show the necessity for thinking together these 2 big transitions of our time. So we have here in the panel Renata Avila. She's the CEO of the Open Knowledge Foundation. Renata has a very long experience in working on technology for human rights and civic engagement, and she's a human rights lawyer by training. And she will introduce herself well, but she has so much experience in working on technology with a broader perspective, but also really applied tools that make, citizens' power stronger, I would say. Then we have Eddie Hartog. He's the head of unit of Connect Smart Communities, Connect Technologies for Smart Communities in DG Connect in the European Commission. And he's leading the European Commission mission to create more than 100 smart cities.
112.
Yeah, 112 smart cities around Europe and beyond Europe. And I think one of the things that I would like to know is not only how can smart cities really not start from technology, but from citizen needs and from, you know, these big social and environmental challenges that we're living, but also how is Europe interacting with the rest of the world on this topic. And then we have Michaela Magas. Michaela, she's together with me, a member of President von der Leyen's Roundtable for the New European Bauhaus, has been working many, many years. I don't know with what hat do you want me to introduce. Anyways, on the question of creative industries, design, technology, advising the European Commission on many different tables and many different dossier, and also working with the European Parliament on those topics and with the broader design community in Europe. So I'm sure you will bring the perspective of that's the tools we already have and how we can scale them up and how we can make them to use in the new European Bauhaus context. And then we have Gerfried Stocker, the CEO of Ars Electronica Center. So Ars Electronica is one of my favorite projects in Europe when we speak about combining arts, science, and technology. Maybe one of the pioneers. I think you started it all a long time ago, 30 years.
43.
43 years. Sorry. Yeah, we're getting older. Yeah, sorry. But yeah, a long time ago, I think you bet on the needs for interdisciplinarity and the combination of science, technology, and arts. And then if you go, you should not miss the Ars Electronica Festival in Linz. What's the date this year?
September 7 to 11.
Yeah, September 7 to 11. And that's also where the STARS prize will be given to amazing artists and technologists. And STARS is science for science and technology for the science, technology, and the arts for Europe societal challenges, and is a big program that DG Connect has been funding for many years. And I think now with the new European Bauhaus, we can see the importance of the STARS work and the importance, of course, of what Ars Electronica has been doing for many years. So basically, we are not reinventing the wheel here. We already know what to do. But I think it's about how we make it really happening now that we have the chance, because the leadership of Ursula von der Leyen, the president of the European Commission, thanks to her vision and leadership, we now have the new European Bauhaus program that can help us to achieve those objectives throughout Europe. So let me start with you, Renata. And the first round, I would like you to think about how you understand these questions of technological sovereignty, but in particular, linking the digital transition with the ecological crisis. So how you in your work address this question of digital sovereignty, and how do you see the relationship with the ecological, let's say, imperative that we have today?
First of all, I want to introduce myself properly. My name is Renata Avila. I lead the Open Knowledge Foundation. The Open Knowledge Foundation has been around almost 20 years. And it was, I guess, a pilot of something that can scale in a longer list of principles if we imagine the new European Bauhaus. It only advanced and pushed forward openness. And it really, it is amazing if you look back in time, how openness and how the concept of open knowledge now is present in each and every document of the European Commission. It is installed in many governments' mentalities. It is enabling scientists to really reproduce research and advance public interest. It still is a lot of things to do, but basically a community of thinkers and doers installed a principle inside the institutions, with many, things to be adjusted, with many things to be improved, with many mistakes of the past to be, revised. but it's there, and I will imagine that it would be one of the building principles of of our digital new European Bauhaus. And even I couldn't even imagine digital sovereignty without that openness, because if you imagine what we have today, which is an analogy that I'm using more and more and more, is a building falling apart, a building that was built on principles that are failed. And that now, with more and more people coming online, more and more aspects of our lives being digitized, is this, very fragile, very big and fragile and horrible building that is not where people enter to it inside and is not serving them, with closed windows, with no ways out, with securitized entrances. That's the technology that we live in today. And with a fire inside, burning it because it's overheating, it's poorly, with polluted air, all the bad things of these twin crises we see in this building that this technology is today. And to answer your question, what I want to do with my job and with my team that is composed by many Europeans, but by people from 15 nationalities, and it expands in a broad network of 40 countries working on advancing this openness. We want to advance openness and open knowledge as a design principle of the digital future we want, basically. That's our mission. And we want to demolish this crumbling building and start from scratch this new digital infrastructure that will be ours and that will be designed with principles that not only openness, but inclusion, sustainability, and many others that I will unpack later, will reflect our times, will reflect our needs, will reflect our values, and will be this open space where everybody will feel secure, included, and able to live a digital life of quality and responsibility.
Thank you, Renata. But let me challenge you a bit there also to then give the word to Eddie on this. You were saying that you would like to embed the open knowledge and the open principles on one side in the policy space, so in how we do policy making and how we build rules and laws on those sides. But also you're saying that the infrastructure is to be fixed. It's not working for what needs to work. It is walled gardens, so it is, in the hands of very few players, a bit of a monopolistic market at this point, and that we need to embed those rules, those governance rules, first of all, implement them, which is, difficult to do sometimes, and then we need to embed those rules which are about human rights, about openness, interoperability, and preserving civil liberties in the technology that we use. So I think this is very challenging in the infrastructures that we build. And so getting back to you, because you work with hackers, you work in a kind of bottom-up way. What's the most challenging there? The implementation of the rules, because we're saying, well, we are successful, there is open everywhere, but is this openness leading to the actual implementation and transformation of infrastructures? What do we need to do differently?
It is communities. The way we shape, we have spent 20 years working with the standards, enabling tools, working on the technology part. And a little bit on the governance part, but not on the community part. Community has been neglected, and we cannot think of a new European Bauhaus without the people willing to build it. And people willing to build it passionate about those principles. So I guess that we need to study, I think that that's the most fascinating thing, new models to engage with our communities and really new ways to continue. So it's a constant transfer of knowledge and it's constant vigilance on keeping the things principled. That was what it failed when openness was not paired and it was not openness alone didn't do the job, basically. Knowledge was pushed down, kind of, and you can see how openness drove, like, to some extent, the crisis of misinformation. Openness concentrated more power, so we need to add more last names and more ally principles to make it meaningful. But without it, you cannot scale and you cannot impact and you cannot, like, rebuild and you cannot readapt to serve your local communities as well as being united in this federated, exciting global purpose.
Yes, thank you. Getting to Adi and to the European Commission, of course you have smart communities in your title or in the title of the unit. And I guess I want to challenge you on that because sometimes we have the feeling that in particular when we talk about smart cities that this really doesn't really start from the community. But it's a lot of technologies that usually the big tech companies are pushing to communities and to cities as vendors. And the cities are like this bancomat that has to buy all these technologies without having an integrated strategies and a governance model that can integrate these communities really to deliver impact, which is transforming the life of citizens. So I want to challenge you on that. How is the European Commission and Europe's vision different there? Can we really incorporate those open principles and these open source and grassroots communities that Renata is working with? And I want to add a little piece to my question to you, which is now I'm actually really enthusiastic about this moment in Europe that Europe is advancing what I've been calling sometimes a constitution for the digital age, because finally we have a real agenda that combines a lot of regulation that are needed to have a next generation innovation that's for the public interest. So we have the Digital Markets Act, the Digital Service Act, then we have the Data Act, the Data Governance Act, the Artificial Intelligence Act, many acts, and of course the Data Protection Regulation. And all of this is a package of new rules that also tackle the question of monopolies, of principles that should protect civil liberties in our digital sphere, and also try to regain a little bit of power, of these technology firms, telling them, okay, those are the European rules. And for example, with data needs to, serve the purpose of our society and not only create profit for a few companies. So we have all those regulations, and some people say, how do we turn this regulation into, applied rules that benefit innovation, that benefit society, and not just, more work for the lawyers that then actually benefit the big players instead of opening up the digital market?
Yeah. It's a very good question, and the simple answer to your first question is yes, we can. So that's the easy part. But maybe three components. If you look at the technical sovereignty, I come from a technology DG, split off from research or really technology driven, but there are many DGs working on these smart communities, not only ours. So it's a very wide package. I think you already mentioned the basic parameters of the technological sovereignty, which are partly legal-based and partly finance-based, but it's about the quantum computing, it's about the CHIPS Act, it's about batteries, it's a lot of these things where we basically need to make sure that we remain a relevant player and not overrun by others. And that is not a closeness, that is openness, but in a strong position. That's really what we're trying to do. So that's the first component, but I think that's well known, and it's also the one I'm least involved with. And so apart from that spending and the technology drive and the thing governments could do, the second component was actually very interesting, and that's where I'm involved. It's where the cities themselves said, preparing for the current round of financing, they said, it's all lovely what we do, but we never scale. We have 20 cities here and 20 cities there, and I then told them, and I had to burst the bubble, I'm sorry, Francesca, I know you worked in Barcelona, but said, in European Union, we have no big cities, actually. They're all in Asia or in the future in Africa. You talk about 10, 20 million people cities, well, name 3 of them. We don't have them. So we need to do this together. We need to scale the solutions. And we did already a lot of good work and apps, and that's also where your climate change link comes in. A lot of good stuff for the citizens, but never with the citizens. And that is what we then developed, not we, it's three organizations, Eurocities, the European Network of Living Labs, and the Organization of Agile and Smart Cities, which is actually a global organization. They said, we need to scale, we need to bring basically all 86,000 mayors of the European Union in one room. Yeah? And that's possible. But we need to work from that vision into the projects, as opposed to what we used to do, have a lot of projects and then cluster them and then see whether there's a red thread that actually brings them together. So from that movement that is called livingin.eu, which I then was confronted with, I said, yes, we will support. It's not coming from the Commission, but both the Commission and the Committee of the Regions, very important, because it's not cities going alone, it's cities with their regions, with their member states, so all of the levels working in the same direction. I won't bore you with the details. We developed a declaration, but a number of work strands, and two of them I think are relevant for today. One is the interoperability, so technical standards. Again, we can go into a lot of detail, but that's important. But also to measure. If I ask any municipality, where are you on your digital health? What's the answer? They don't know. So we did that, and to visualize this, it needs to be politically also relevant, because in the end, you need to have citizens involved. I mean, my people like to talk about data spaces and urban data platforms and those sort of things. But in the end, that's all lovely for engineers, but you know, what does it do to me? We then actually came collectively to the conclusion that a good focal point is local digital twins. So a meshed set of local digital twins. And then you immediately see the link to the Bauhaus when this came before the Bauhaus came, and this was developed before that. And then we said, well, if you have a good set of data, local digital twins, virtual reality, co-design of cities, you can even go beyond architects and artists, you can bring the citizens in. So you really get into that Bauhaus concept of doing that together. So that's the third component, actually, how do we deliver this? Now, then you look at, commissions speak of toolboxes and spaces and all those sort of instruments that we can put together. And I think yesterday the Lisbon Council announced the User-Centric Cities Award, which has gone through a library in Finland. That's the first prize winner. But you see actually a lot of these things happening already. The question then is, how do you scale them? How do you bring them together? And in that livingin.eu movement, which is not a title I invented, but it came from those three organizations, we actually try to work with the cities on this, because it's important that in the end we get the right use cases, but at scale. So anything we do needs to be at scale. And the funny thing is, you see how difficult it is to get Europe around one app or one technology. And as a consequence, we use the big apps. Let's not name them. But once we had a problem in health, we had within 6 months a COVID app. Yeah. Can you imagine how powerful that is? Also, now I'm not going to focus only on apps, but how powerful a tool that can be to do a number of things. So the possibilities are there, the willingness is there, the structure is there. Now we need to start delivering it, and I think that's where the new European Bauhaus movement can be very helpful in this.
Very interesting. I want to push you a little bit on two things. First of all, in the context of the new European Bauhaus, you also have the climate neutral cities. You have one of the missions that you're trying to achieve. If you can tell us a little bit, because it's always my understanding when I see the climate law and all the Green Deal and the regulations, that a lot of it, you know, when it comes to the decarbonization, shifting to electric mobility, changing the way we produce and consume and live, cities have a huge role to play. And public administrations should lead this wave of green innovation, or, you know, for citizens. Sometimes they lack tools, expertise. Sometimes they even lack the human capacity to do that. But also those principles, maybe, because, you know, maybe if you need something quickly and you are in the city hall, it's easier to go and just procure something instead of do procurement in a way that you integrate those rules and standards in a clever way. I mean, I do a short example. When I was in Barcelona, I started that, you know, now it's told enough around Europe, is that we put data sovereignty clauses in public procurement contracts, because we understood how data was important for planning, for decision making, for climate action, for everything. And we wanted this data to be public because the citizens were paying for the service. So we said, okay, the data should be given back to the municipality, the data that of the services we procure, in machine-readable format, and we have to consider that data a public good. Then we have to protect it, because we have to protect privacy and security and ethics and so on. But then we can also open it up for startups, for civic innovators, for data journalists, for, and then we can build next generation services in healthcare, mobility, education, and so on. How do we manage to integrate those smart standards and services and scale them up in Europe? And I finish my long question by saying I was talking to your general director, Roberto Viola, a few days ago, and he showed us a fantastic plan. I think we have to actually do it, which was about certain digital public infrastructures that we need to build in Europe. Our digital ID, which is a digital wallet with cryptography, attribute-based cryptography, so we can control our ID and our data. And it's like, you cannot, if you are a citizen in the digital age, you cannot be an Apple, Facebook, or Google citizen. You're going to be a European citizen. And then you're going to interact in a way that you can control this data. And then we're going to have this, now we have the digital COVID certificate, and we're going to have a payment system, maybe with even a digital euro, and lots of services. And these are going to be many of those smart city services you work on. So just to make it short, how do we get to this vision scalable for all European citizens with robust public digital infrastructure?
There are probably about 50 elements in your question, Francesca, but let me focus on two. It's fine. One is, how do you get that leverage? What you mentioned what you did in Barcelona, but try to do that on behalf of Vilvoorde. Or try to do that on behalf of De Bilt, which is a small city in Utrecht. So that is also why my label, the only thing I could change when I got this new unit was to change from smart cities to smart communities. Because you have sub-entities within cities, because everyone in the tourist areas, we all have Wi-Fi and that sort of stuff, but try to do that in, let's say, certain parts of bigger cities where there aren't many visitors coming, let's put it that way. We don't have that. But also rural areas. I have in the Living in Dortier movement, there's one community, Dingolstadt in Germany, 6,000 inhabitants. They should also be able to take part. And they even have a bigger problem than the Barcelonas and the Amsterdams and the Stockholm. So we want to bring them on board. And that is why through the movement, we work on what we call minimum interoperability mechanisms. Because it's easy to say for the Commission, guys, what we do, one standard, you all do that, that's it. But, well, try to find the one. But that's not how it works. And the minimum interoperability mechanisms also have something on fair AI, so the European values. How do we want to deal with AI? How do we want to deal with data? So that's the first component. How do you scale that? Through the movement, we try to get similarities which would allow clusters of municipalities to actually do the procurement together. It requires planning and stuff, but that you get a scale of procurement and that you get the negotiation power that you had in Barcelona on the data, because not everyone has that. So that's one element. The second element is the link between climate change and the green transition and the digital transition. Well, my president had the 10 priorities, and the reference was always to the green and digital twin transition, and we really see them together. On the one hand, make sure that we use the digital elements into the greening. So there's a lot of things you can do by having better virtual reality, better simulation, and those sort of things which help you in the climate change. But also to make sure when you invest in all these big things, the chips and quantum computing and all these things, that they actually are green from the outset and not sort of as an afterthought. So those are the things that we need to work on. And by the way, the mission originally, well, it still is called the Climate Neutral and Smart Cities Mission. Now, I know it focuses on the climate element, but we'll try to work with not only the 112 cities that have in the end been selected, because we as a Commission have said all the others that apply, but even beyond that, so we call it the onion rings. We need to work with everyone actually in this. So we try to also work on a digital roadmap that will help them in that climate change adaptation and mitigation effect. So we really make that link. It's digital with a purpose.
Thank you. So this is a very good transition to Michaela, because I wanted to ask you something related to the tools that we have for the new European Bauhaus. And just let me, I don't know if you remember, I'm sure you do, when we had a meeting with President von der Leyen within the high-level roundtable of the NAB, and then Breton, the commissioner for digital agenda, space, technology, and a lot of other things, was there with us. And we were talking about an idea to create the data space for the new European Bauhaus. And it was like, we are going to make this happen. Yes? So he made a promise, because we were thinking, okay, we really need data to measure everything we do, to mobilize creativity. This data has to be governed in a very European and specific way. But what tools do we need to make this happen, Michaela? Where would you start, and what systems and technologies we have to do this?
So this is, of course, a key question, really, and it's about joining the dots to begin with. So it's not just what tools do we have and what do we do with them, it's who do we have available and who are the communities that we can use to test drive those tools. So I have been feeding policy directly from grassroots creative experimentation for the past 10 years. So literally from the ground up, testing things with communities, starting from 10 years ago, established something called Music Tech Fest, when there was an industry that was nosediving, literally, because it had to transition to the digital so fast that they were really lost in terms of how they should now, the whole industry had transferred over to the data space. And it was really a fantastic pilot for other industries to actually play with their data, to play with the potential business models, and to engage communities. And of course, music is a wonderful social glue. This is where culture and creativity are a fantastic thing to include in those experimental environments, because they really fuel the space for experimentation. And everything that we have fed through in terms of innovation recommendations directly to the Horizon program has been literally based on tangible results on the ground. And so this is kind of evidence-based policy that you can create, and it is very NEB. This is very new European Bauhaus. It's about, we engage communities on the ground to prototype with the tools, to use culture, creativity, and then join the disciplines together. So I specialized in creating spaces for common understanding and looking at what tools do we need to create common understanding between various different disciplines, because it was clear from the beginning we needed all the disciplines to join forces, as well as academia and industry, in the space of common understanding. And this has actually translated into initiatives such as the Industry Commons on one side, where we now build tools across industry sectors, so tools for interoperability with industry, where basically what we are looking at is not just interoperability in strict technical terms. It's not just about how do you link the two sort of sides of data sets from the different domains together, but how do you actually extract, or how do you actually make it meaningful? And so, for instance, our first step was to look at creating an ontology ecosystem. How do you manage relationships between meanings and semantics? That's on the industry side. So we work with, Airbus, Bosch, Siemens, you name it, and now more recently also with IKEA and those kinds of companies in this cross-domain interoperability data space. The other side of it is, of course, working directly with the communities, creating enabling tools with the communities on the ground to be able to scale the best practice from the ground directly up into policy. So this real, tangible, evidence-based policy. And there we have discovered that it is incredibly fruitful, because industry actually came into that space. They asked us to come into that space because they realized that some of the things that were happening in terms of us creating knowledge exchange, tools that were enabling knowledge exchange between different sort of stakeholders, were really, really useful in terms of being able to test drive what the industry want to test. I mean, it's really difficult for industry to grapple with some of the frontier technologies that they're having to implement. So these are providing really good test beds. And within these communities, what's really interesting when you work with cities, so you work in situ, in city environments or in environments that are, for instance, wetlands in Europe, you embed these communities in real space, they are facing real challenges on the ground and they are responding to those. What's really interesting is as soon as you give enabling tools to communities, they take over. You know, if you speak to city councils, if you speak to regional municipalities, if you ask them, what do you do with data with people? They say, well, we collect data from people or we disseminate information. The truth is they take over immediately as soon as you give them tools. And what is really incredible is that immediately you spot new virtuosities with the new systems that they set out. This is so important for the future of work, for example, to actually pinpoint what are our new practices. Not only in terms of governance, self-governance, but also in terms of what people's talents can demonstrate. I mean, you know, to illustrate this point is something really simple. Before, you know, a piano is a piece of technology. Before there was a piano, you couldn't have a pianist, virtuoso. It didn't exist, right? So it works like that with all the systems that we set up on the ground. So in terms of these systems that we set up, you know, if we want to now scale this to the new European Bauhaus data space, based on the principle that we're going to be prototyping, hopefully, with the help of course, Committee of the Regions, Interreg Europe, and all the cohesion funds, and everybody who's on board of this, across all of the regions. We want to run European Bauhaus across communities everywhere in Europe. Get them to prototype on the ground, include everybody to tackle their local challenges. Our attitude to this is the center has moved to the periphery, or rather the periphery is the new center. This is where our frontier is to tackle the Green Deal challenges. If we're doing that, we need to construct the technological space that's completely embedded in the local culture. And actually, data doesn't exist just in the nodes and synapses where you're just going to collect your data points. It's completely permeable. It's embedded in culture, culture is embedded in data. So you need to actually be thinking of this as one and the same thing. So we are actually building a series of enabling mechanisms for this. So what needs to happen in order for the innovation space to exist, for the creation space to exist? Systems of agreements. So, of course, regulation. You mentioned regulation. Embedded in the system as an enabler, but also systems to track intellectual property, because what we want to do is make sure that each contributor in the co-creation space is actually, it has attribution, so that you can track it and trace it in the chain. Systems of resilience, so that you can, for instance, if you're following Kate Raworth's donut economy model, that you don't exceed the maximum allowable for sustainability, so that you can actually monitor that. Systems of responsibility, so that you embed responsible AI, corporate social responsibility, data ethics. And then as a foundation, of course, systems of beliefs, which is our societal, our cultural systems, where we actually want to make sure that, for instance, radical inclusion, both in terms of multi-gender, cross-generational, beyond human ecosystems, are actually all part of this space. So there are foundational enabling mechanisms that need to be embedded. The data doesn't exist in a vacuum. It exists inside the whole ecosystem of culture and society.
Yeah, that's absolutely brilliant. I want to get back to you on two things. One thing is if you can be more specific about the kind of tools, in particular data tools that we need for the climate, for the climate challenge, in particular decarbonization and CO2 emissions, and the fact that we always say in the NAB that we don't only have to become climate neutral. I mean, actually, this has passed now in the European Parliament, that Europe is going to be climate neutral by 2050, and we're going to have to cut our emissions by 55% by 2035. So this is a big challenge. And we always say not only climate neutrality, we have to be climate positive, because we have to take out, this CO2, and so we need ways to do that. Mm-hmm. So can you be more specific about
absolutely.
The tools we have there, and in particular? More than 70% of CO2 emission is created by the construction industry. So maybe there is something we can do in the built environment. And then finally, who do we need on this table if we want to kick off the data space for the NAB? Who do we bring together?
So in terms of this top layer then, when we innovate, and obviously subject to solving interoperability, we need to work across domains. It's absolutely necessary. But not only because of that, because all of your supply networks are now strongly intertwined, and we have all witnessed it during the pandemic really strongly, that, you know, it's not just a linear process anymore where your material or your goods are dispensed. It's actually massively interlinked with all kinds of other domains and services. So in order to bridge all of those, we really need, obviously we solve interoperability, we need to be able to track and trace the full life cycle of materials and products across this. And of course, here is where these systems of common understanding are incredibly important, because we need to be able to get this right. We need to be able to follow it right through over to where it's being deployed, how it's being disposed of, how it's being reused, repurposed, etc. So these systems for tracking and tracing the life cycle are really very much a priority. There are several projects currently that are working on those in various different domains separately, and some in domains across. I have already mentioned in Ontocommerce we're creating a system for ontology, or basically an ontology ecosystem where we look at how we can understand each other across domains. But there are also projects, for instance, devoted, like the Bassajaun project is devoted to tracing, for instance, the life cycle of wood in particular. And this has now been brought into the Ontocommerce. You know, we are kind of trying to all work together on this. There's another aspect where we can actually really do it in a very practical manner. As you probably, as many people who work with data are aware, one of the biggest paradigms is fair data exchanges. So findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. You actually think about what that means. That's actually looking at the practical way in which you connect or find things. So it's actually technical implementation. What we have then introduced into EOSC, and it's now passed as a recommendation to connect, is to counterpose fair with just data annotation. So, because we said there's a human responsibility that's involved, and there is a responsibility of the data user and researcher to actually aim to be judicious, unbiased, safe, and transparent. And the idea is that every data set, when the trouble is, you know, when the data sets are created, they're created usually with one group of people in one country with people of a certain age. There is no such thing as unbiased data set. Every data set has got a bias. Now, the problem is with the computer scientists, so they are looking at valorization of data or extracting meaning. They are not thinking of provenance. And so the trouble is that those data sets are not a universal truth. We need to actually be absolutely sure that we know, or we need to try and annotate as much as possible what is the context that this data has been generated. If you follow, for instance, Joy Buolamwini's work on data bias, you will realize that the implications are huge. So basically what we need to then do is the next person who inherits that information can actually assess whether it's suitable for the user context. And they can add their own assessment, their own annotation as to how this data behaves in that context, and whether it is affecting privacy issues, whether it is judicious enough, or whether it is particularly biased in that context. So this is, for instance, a simple practice that we can implement between us very, very fast. And it would actually create a knowledge pool that is building constantly in terms of assessing how, as I say, just our data is in terms of how we interact with it as humans.
I think this is a kind of a program where we can really start to shape this data space for the new European Bauhaus. Gerfried, I want to get to you. Well, Michaela has been talking a lot about this method, this almost like this kind of new educational method that we need, which is underpinning the new European Bauhaus. And in the previous panel with Rem Koolhaas and Hans Hobrist, when we were discussing, you know, this kind of data center, democratic data center, and the town hall, I was thinking about Ars Electronica as an example a little bit. It has some of those features, and all the times when I come to Ars Electronica, I think the center that you have in Linz, I always thinking every city should have a space like this. Every city, it should be everywhere. Why? And in particular with your latest artificial intelligence exhibition, which is open to the public, because every citizen can get in there, see an exhibition about technology, arts, and science, really important pieces of work, but also have a conversation about what it means, understanding the basic of the functioning, get a knowledge about this technology and then experience them in the lab. And you have a lot of example also in bringing together scientists with artists, and and with technologists as well. And you've been, running, residencies and laboratories and academies for many years with the STARS project, and not only. So you know what works and what doesn't. So what can we take from this arts electronica approach for the new European Bauhaus and scale? How do we scale arts electronica? Can we?
Yes, of course we can. I fully agree, and we have so much evidence now in Europe that we actually can. I mean, who would have thought that 10 years ago that we would have such a important role on a global scale as Europe, leading to something like a constitution of the digital age and the digital society, as you mentioned it. I mean, until 10 years ago, Europe, the official Europe on the nation level, as well as, of course, in the Commission, was basically sleeping away on digitalization, or at least on digital transformation. They understood it's necessary to have engineers and engineers and engineers, because this is what the industry told them. And this was the only people, they were obviously listening. But now, 10 years later, Europe really has taken over the leading role and is a beacon internationally in terms of taking a serious awareness and also taking a serious role in providing an environment that is competitive on the one side for the economy, but even more so that is really in a fair and justice way, taking into account that it's actually about us people who have to live in this digital world and who want to live in the digital world and who should have the best conditions for it. And I think in terms of how can we scale it, and you said, what works and doesn't work. I mean, of course, the first answer would be every time you think you know what works, forget it and start to rethink it again, because it's still an area where we are in constant development. I mean, the things are changing so fast, and not just in the way as we were thinking of in the last decades. When we said things are changing fast, everybody meant technology is changing fast. But now we recognize technology isn't changing at all in so many places. It's just a new marketing iteration of the same gadget. So the changes are now really in the social and cultural domain. And this is why we need to really, in a very serious way, start with new alliances. It's no longer enough to just talk about interdisciplinarity at the opening of events, and then at the end, every discipline, every group of experts is still pursuing their own direction. And only when they hit the obstacle, they said, maybe you can help me. And then what do they mean with helping? Is just help me around, above the obstacle, and then I run along on my own. So we need also on the institutional level, really going into politics and governance, we need a real serious commitment to interdisciplinarity and the new type of alliances. And this is probably the best example that we can learn from Ars Electronica, because I said it's really 43 years ago, 1979. This was before the personal computer hit the market. This was before CD players came to the market. A journalist, an artist, and a scientist came together and invented Ars Electronica, and they gave it the title Festival for Art, Technology and Society. And I'm always joking that maybe they just couldn't come to terms because they had so different ideas what to make, and at the end they said, oh my God, just let's call it all three and we are fine. But well, this is already a kind of commitment, and it was in the beginning something that was really like being the bastard between the chairs. But the great thing is, from being between the chairs, you can build up your own position. And I think this is really one of the great possibilities for Europe right now. And when it comes to sovereignty, I mean, we have been talking a lot about kind of infrastructures and also, of course, the regulations, which are very important. But in this question, I think one very important thing is always not only to ask for possibilities, like allow me to be sovereign or give me the infrastructure to be sovereign. It's really also working on your ability to participate. And this is not just in terms of, oh, nice, make me able to do it. It's really the commitment to take over responsibility. It's not just being, in a cool position and now I'm the big player. But it's really this very important role of responsibility. And I think this is something for individuals as well as we think of Europe at large again. And I think a very interesting point here can really, or has to be, of course, to think of this not from a introvert, introspective position. I mean, this is the very big danger that we have right now, that, okay, now everything becomes Europe. And, great, we have our own glass bubble that protects us against these enemies out there and against these digital landlords from Google and so on. The only way to make any progress in this is, of course, a very serious, large-scale international networking and collaboration. Because otherwise we won't be able to come up with all the expertise that we need, and otherwise we won't be able to play this very big role of being the beacon, being the best possible example of how to lead into the digital world for the rest of this globe. And in particular, of course, when it comes to the real big problem of all this, this is how to fuel all these wonderful data centers that we are going to build. How are we actually planning all these wonderful chip factories that we are now planning in Europe? I mean, we cannot just repeat the way how they have been built in the last few decades in Asia and the United States, because there won't be just enough CO2 budget to run these centers. So this is an incredible challenge, but at the same time, of course, the really big economic and competitional chance and opportunity that Europe has, we have to reinvent actually the digital industry. And this is really a great thing, and we can only do it, of course, by utilizing every possible expertise that we can get.
I want to make you a question on this. You are doing a lot of work because obviously the engineer would say, well, of course, the answer is going to be quantum. Right? Maybe, or fusion, or, I mean, anyways, yes, maybe a part is going to be a technological or scientific answer, but that's not what you're saying. You say we need to reinvent the industry, but we also need to reinvent the way we, from the educational side, we bring together different talents in a multidisciplinary way to discover new possibilities for this technology that answer to the societal challenges. So I know that you're working on a big project on that. And you have it in Ars Electronica every year, experiments with students that are always super interesting to see how students react, what students do. So can you tell us a little bit, because this was at the very basis of the Bauhaus initially, where it was a new educational method, a new school, let's say, that they didn't want to be called a school. So can you
maybe just to make some use of this wonderful high-tech that you have, maybe the technicians can play a little bit of this video that I brought along, just an illustration. The project that you are talking about is called Festival University. And it's not just another way to involve some students in your festival or to make a summer school. It's really a long-term project in development that actually will lead to a new type of university. The Austrian federal government 2 years ago announced that they will build and found a new university for digital transformation. And of course, there were all the informatics and computer scientists, people saying, okay, this is us. And then there were all the industry guys and said, yeah, finally, but we need, like 500 engineers every year, so please deliver them. So they think more or less of a factory for experts. And then there is small little Ars Electronica that is trying to hold against it and tries to really create the understanding that, in particular, digital transformation is so much more than just digitalization. This is really the next step, and we need to think of this in a global scale. So Festival University is a project where we last year invited 100 students from all over the world, from Lebanon, from India, from Sri Lanka, but also, of course, here from the rich European countries, from totally diverse areas, computer science students as well as art students, also younger people who are not yet in university. And for 4 weeks, we were bringing them together, giving them opportunity to meet experts like you and many others of Ars Electronica, but also the scientists of the university, to explore together possibilities. And the question was, transform your world. And of course, the most important thing was that your world is completely different for the young woman that came from Lebanon than, of course, the guys from Germany, Austria, and so on. This year we already have 200 students and even longer period. And now the next step will be that it's going to be a full semester and really become a kind of permanent part of this new type of university.
This is very Bauhaus, you know that. I want to get to Renata with this thing. Is so many times in the panel before, in this panel, we start thinking about systems, infrastructures, rules, governance, technology, and then we end up saying we need a new type of institution. We need an institutional change. We need to transform society. A big question around governance, of course, where you started from. You started saying we're building governance structures based on openness with communities and embed the human values in it. But I also want to ask you, because you worked a lot on digital colonialism. And I want to really get your opinion on this, not to be European-centric in this conversation. How do we move beyond? Because, you know, otherwise you are going to say we're going to be all in a kind of digital colony. And what's your take?
Yeah, we need, like, you know, like when you all were telling all these beautiful things and all the amazing things that Europe will do, you know, like the tragedy is that it will hit a wall. It will hit the European wall of this fortress, because your rules and your governance, all the benefit by Europeans for Europeans, and to the rest of the world, good luck, you know. We have seen it with the vaccines. We have seen, like, you know, with an IP system, a closed knowledge system that will never allow me in the Global South to copy, to adapt, to accelerate the process of the technologies that we need on a global scale. I mean, you can fix the environmental problem here, the digital problem here. The ship is still going to sink. The building is still going to fall apart if we don't radically change the way that global norms are made. And the way that global norms are made right now is big, rich countries bullying basically small countries to adopt rules that are not necessarily taking into consideration these possibilities of a new world. You know, mining industry, for example. Where are all these? Where is the lithium coming from? Exploitation. You know, like it's great to have 100 students. Imagine if I cannot even. If the journals are closed and if we cannot share, if the patents of environmentally friendly technologies only belong to European companies.
So how can we make sure that this conversation matter also for places in the Global South? Where would you start from?
Let's start making the new European Bauhaus the exception, and all the projects around it like radically open and with a radical open knowledge component. And let's make that the exception will be so successful that if we become the rule, maybe starting by 112 cities and then expanding beyond.
Thank you.
On that point, because my previous job was head of the international unit of DG Connect, so this very much resonates with me. So immediately when I saw my colleagues doing all this smart city stuff and sort of the introverted way of doing that, I said, well, wait a minute. So we have already done, and we already have some successes. So we immediately reached out to G20. Are these the same principles that you like? Resonates with Japan and South Korea. Next week, I will be doing a European Union side event in the World Urban Forum, where we will bring this. I've had various conversations with Africans, for example, already. The Living in .eu movement that I mentioned is the only European Union example mentioned in the second quarterly report of the UN Habitat. So, you know, we try. From the outset, I've said we need to bring this philosophy in, because it's actually the sovereignty is not, like you said it in the first panel, it's not about putting fences around them, fortresses. It's about keeping the control over your own living environment while being part of a global context. I think you've had various panels there. So we've done that actually from the outset. And I find that it resonates with a lot of the countries that I meet, that they say, yeah, we would like something like this now. That's not a copy and paste, because it needs to be embedded in their cultures, in their way of working, in their way of thinking, in their values, etc. But it is something that very much resonates. And we as a European Commission have started to work on that conceptually, but also very operationally. I've put my people on the standards work, because I often discovered that after 10 years of work, I was confronted with something that I had to say yes or no to, and the answer would have had to be no, because it's not where we wanted to go.
Yeah, Michele.
So just very, very briefly, I mean, to follow up on that, actually, this doesn't stop, definitely beyond European, definitely beyond human. We definitely need to have an ecosystemic approach to this. It doesn't stop us from modeling things in Europe and actually creating models that can be ported over to other places in the world. And this is something that's been starting to be demonstrated.
This is very important. Let me say, yesterday in the opening panel for the New European Bauhaus Festival, Ursula von der Leyen and Francis Gare had a dialogue from Rome. And Francis Gare, he said, if you are doing it right, Africa will copy it. If you're doing it wrong, Africa will copy it. So you must do it right.
But I think this doesn't apply just to Africa. I mean, I kind of misquoted him by saying they will copy, because actually it's not just Africa. A lot of people will copy. If you do it right, if you don't do it right, they will still copy. So it's actually, but it requires courage to do it right. And also it requires us to experiment and see what's right, not just to assume what's right. So this is where when we experiment, we prototype on the ground, when we use the New European Bauhaus principle to actually be hands-on with communities, feed the policy right from the ground up, we can actually see what is the best practice and look at what the models that can then be ported over, scaled up, and actually ported over to other parts also. I mean, and not in terms of, certainly not in colonial tools, just in terms of principles.
Okay, I think we are. You want to say the last word? Yeah, final word with the music?
It's not about exporting Europe. Listen and look to what they have to propose to us.
Absolutely, which was the question of not colonialism, going beyond and doing it together. So thank you very much. This was the last panel of the day. I think we're doing great with the New European Bauhaus Festival. Thanks for everybody watching online. See you tomorrow at 9. Thank you.
Thank you.